Marianne, those birds look bigger every time I see them.
I took another picture this morning. The tree's a little further away because I also caught the rhubarb growing in the garden this morning. But there weren't quite as many in the tree this morning. But it's pretty impressive to wake up in the morning and see that.
You can't beat rhubarb, Marianne, right? You can't beat rhubarb. No.
Away. And I got it. It was my great uncle's patch. I had taken some from him years ago, planted it when we lived in my first house with my husband. And then we went back to that house because it was owned by a cousin, went back and took the patch again and brought it to where we are now. So I still have my great uncle's rhubarb, which is really kind of special. It originated in Mount Vernon.
All right. So I think we've resolved we're good to go, Karen. All right. Thank you. Okay, so good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Sorry for the delay. We had a little technical glitch, but we are assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation that's pending before us. Before we get started, we'll begin with committee introductions, and we'll start with Representative Kinney.
Hi, I'm Marianne Kinney. I represent House District 99, which are 9 towns in western Waldo County.
Great. Senator Farron.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brad Farron. I live in Norwich Walk, Senate District 3, which is the majority of Somerset County in the town of Rome and Kennebec County. Thanks for being here today.
Okay, Representative McCrate.
Good morning. I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Representative Riley.
I'm Representative Riley. I represent Westbrook, part of Westbrook, House District 34.
Representative Supika.
Hi, I'm Laura Supika. I represent District 126, which is a portion of Bangor.
And Representative Tuttle.
John Tuttle, District 18, part of Sanford, Mr. Chair.
Great. And my name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate. And with us today, we have our committee clerk, Karen Montel, as well as our committee analyst, Janet Stocco. So before we get started, we'll just cover a few pieces of information regarding electronic committee proceedings. So first, a reminder to everybody that the meeting is now being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. So this means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People in the attendees list on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify will not be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak and brought into the panel. So it's important to note that as we bring you into the panel, it may look like you're being dropped for a second, but once here, you'll have the opportunity to unmute yourself as well as turn your camera on, and then you can begin your testimony. As another reminder, the audio for this meeting is being streamed online at the legislature's website as always. And for those who have submitted written testimony, it will be publicly posted on the legislature's website. Regarding the chat function of the Zoom meeting, it's a reminder that this is for technical assistance only. It's not for any substantive work or debate. And so for the bills today, we'll begin with the sponsors, followed by those who registered to testify today. And a reminder to members of the public, when called upon, please state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. And we do have a time clock on testimony, so if you can limit your remarks to 3 minutes, it would be greatly appreciated. So as we announced at the beginning and advertised, we're going to go down the order as listed on the website, which would be first, we're going to go with LD 1575, an act to improve Maine's election laws, followed by LD 1620, an act to support Maine theaters by expanding eligibility for off-premises catering licenses, and then 1621, an act to reform payments to legislators by political action committees. So at this point, I will open the public hearing on LD 1575 and recognize the sponsor, Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, esteemed colleagues of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, I'm Jay McCrate, and I represent Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House. Today I present LD 1575, an act to improve Maine's election laws, a bill I've worked on with the League of Women Voters. Included here are several proposed changes to our election laws to ensure access for qualified voters. Some of the provisions here are those that were instituted during the pandemic and found to be so successful for access and security. Of course, this committee is well aware that we've heard quite a few bills regarding election laws, and I'd ask you to consider the proposals offered here in light of the work we've already done, and particularly ask you to consider portions that are not included elsewhere. I've also sort of annotated my testimony, having conversations with municipal clerks and others. And because of some of the work we've done, I've made some notes about things that maybe we want to consider a little bit differently than how it's written in the bill. I've also divided it up in chewable bites in the sections of the bill. So starting with official documents providing proof of identity, this bill adds that when registering to vote, a student photo ID may be used to confirm proof of identity. Specifically, this refers to a student photo ID issued by a public or private school located in the state or an authorized higher education institution that operates in the state. And then notice of election. The location of drop boxes must be included in the election notice. Municipalities may include their in-person absentee voting hours in the notice as well. Next is the polling place size related to nonpartisan observers. This bill would establish that just as space is allowed for partisan observers, space would be provided for nonpartisan observers. And with partisan observers, if the voter list is divided into segments, a nonpartisan voter is allowed for each. This should be on a first come, first served basis. Maine statutes aren't clear on allowing nonpartisan observers, though some other states do address it directly. This proposal should not in any way be understood as implying that our elections are not well run. I think we all know that they are very well run. We have a great respect for our election process. NCSL provides good information on what some other states have done about observers and some guidance around the role of observers as attentive but not intrusive, and that they serve to boost confidence in elections. And then I've annotated here, concern has been raised by municipal clerks regarding space considerations, and I'd offer that this could be amended to specify one nonpartisan observer per polling place rather than one per segment of the voter registry. Within this section, complaints, the deadline for written complaints about insufficient space for observers is suggested to be moved from 60 days prior to the election to within 14 days of the publication date of polling locations. The next part is no excuse absentee voting. This proposal changes the closed period when no excuse voting is allowed, blocking out both election day and the day before election day, in other words, the Monday. And no excuse absentee voting would be allowed on the Friday before the election, but not on the election day itself or the Monday before. And again, an annotation, the committee's aware, of course, that in testimony and other bills we've already heard, there's been significant opposition to allowing this to occur on Friday. And in respect of those concerns and the committee's work on this, I'd suggest that perhaps this be put aside out of this and maybe be considered in the future. We could have changes coming forward that will make this more possible than it is now. Certainly the intent isn't to overburden municipal clerks. Another suggestion is that municipalities over 500 registered voters must offer at least 4 hours of in-person, no excuse voting on the Friday prior to election day. And again, I would offer a possible change if the committee would consider, perhaps it should be a larger municipal size to require this. Going to drop boxes, this proposal directs the Secretary of State to adopt rules regarding the design and use of secure drop boxes and the chain of custody of ballots. Additionally, it provides for the option of allowing but not requiring municipalities to apply to have more than one secured drop box. Next is uniform language. The bill directs the Secretary of State to develop and provide uniform language for municipalities to use to inform voters of the reasons they may request and receive an absentee ballot after the period for the no excuse absentee voting has ended. Further, that this information must be posted along with other election information, which is posted for voters. Next is curing absentee ballots. And of course, we've had this in other bills as well. Finally, it provides that as part of the procedure for processing an absentee ballot, a municipal clerk must notify a voter if the voter's ballot is missing a signature or signatures do not match. The voter must be provided an opportunity to correct the ballot. The Secretary of State is directed to adopt rules regarding this curing process, and we do see that in the Secretary of State's bill that we've already heard. Processing ballots. This proposal provides clarification of the laws governing the processing of absentee ballots on Election Day by adding that this information must also be posted at least 7 days before the election in the same manner as posting notice of the election. I included a link to the NCSL document that I referenced, and thank you for your attention. I'll do my best to answer questions, or I may defer to others coming after me.
Great, thank you, Representative McCrate. Any questions from members of the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, we'll next move to the public hearing portion of the hearing, and we'll begin with Secretary of State Bellows, and she'll be followed by Will Hayward and Will Sedlak.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Shenna Bellows. I am Maine's Secretary of State and Chief Elections Officer, speaking today in support of LD 1575. First, I'd like to thank the sponsor for bringing forward a bill that touches on some of the most important work that we do in running elections, increasing access to voting and ensuring that local elections officials and voters have clear information about how elections are run. Transparency and clarity are vital to the smooth execution of election law and to reassure voters that our elections are both fair and secure. We are particularly excited about Section 1, allowing as proof of identity for voter registration purposes, photographic student IDs from state-approved public or private schools in Maine. We do recommend a technical amendment to move this language into a separate subsection. We're happy to work with your analysts to provide language. With regards to including ballot drop box locations and times for in-person absentee voting in the notice of the election, we enthusiastically support the idea of being more deliberate about getting the word out. We would suggest, though, that rather than amending Section 622A, that we instead change the voting place report, which is something that our office issues in Section 626A. We believe this will provide an easier way for voters to find this important information. Again, we can work with you to amend the bill should the sponsoring committee be amenable. With regards to amending the section on minimum size of polling place, we understand the sponsor's intent. We are pleased to hear the sponsor's willingness to remove requiring a nonpartisan observer at each segmented part of the voting list, as that could quickly overwhelm even reasonably sized polling locations. Additionally, we would encourage keeping the current 60-day deadline for making a written complaint about the size of a voting place to allow our office sufficient time to inspect and make a determination about whether the polling place change is needed. We wouldn't want to change a polling place too close to an election and run the risk that voters might not be aware of where that might be. In responding to the sponsor's testimony, I'm going to skip a couple of sections of my testimony just to say that we do support the requirement that would require us to develop uniform language for municipalities to describe the reasons that a voter may request an absentee ballot after deadline. We note that enshrining ballot drop boxes in statute and curing process for absentee ballots is discussed in the agency bill, and we would not recommend moving forward with competing provisions and competing bills, but rather making sure that we move forward with a single bill with single policy changes. And finally, in sections 8 and 9, procedures for processing ballots before the polls close, we appreciate the sponsor's intent in bringing forward proposals to make this area of our statutes clearer. However, this effort is larger than the 2 pieces addressed in this bill. We would encourage the committee to remove these provisions from this bill and allow us to work with the sponsor and other elections advocates on the broader issue in the coming months. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and very happy to work with the committee.
Great, thank you, Secretary Bellows. Any questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. And Representative McCray, I forgot to mention, I don't think we have your testimony online, so if you could provide it for us eventually, that'd be awesome.
I did it.
Yeah, for some reason it's not posted. Sometimes
Okay,
it drops off, I think, so yeah.
I'll do it again. Thanks.
Great, thank you, yep. Okay, next we have Will Hayward. Will will be followed by Will Sedlak and Lauren Jacobs. So welcome, Will.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Will Hayward. I'm here today as the Advocacy Program Coordinator for the League of Women Voters of Maine, and it's my pleasure to testify in favor of LD 1575. First off, I want to thank Representative McCrate for sponsoring this legislation and being a champion for a well-functioning democracy. LD 1575 was developed in partnership with several organizations that comprise the Mainers for Modern Elections Coalition and aims to build on the lessons learned in the 2020 election to continue to improve Maine's elections moving forward. As you've heard, several of the most significant items in this legislation are also being addressed elsewhere, and we thank the committee for its work on these provisions and encourage them to move forward in whichever bill they see fit. We also recognize this committee has decided not to move forward with other bills proposing to eliminate the closed period for no excuse absentee voting. We would encourage the committee in the future to reevaluate the feasibility of shortening this period to include the Friday prior to Election Day, but won't focus our remarks on this provision. Instead, we'll focus our remarks on what is unique to this bill. Nonpartisan observation. This bill seeks to enshrine the right to nonpartisan observation in law. Our election observers at the League helped to validate the 2020 election through our election observation, and we found that it was a transparent and fairly run election, and we were able to identify and in a few cases resolve minor issues such as excessive lines or uneven safety protocol compliance. We issued a post-election report that summarized our findings and made recommendations off the basis of these observations. However, the League did not enjoy access to the polling place in all municipalities. While we understand that space in the polling place is an important consideration, and we do support the amendment to the bill to reflect that, we believe that the right to nonpartisan observation is important. We hope the committee will recognize the importance of nonpartisan observation and find a way to protect that right. The next change I'll mention is the student ID as acceptable proof of identification. This is a minor but clarifying change. On the ground, observers report that most clerks already accept in-state student IDs. However, this option is not clearly outlined in law. Adding student ID to the acceptable proof of identification will help clarify this as an acceptable option for clerks, and we're pleased to see support for this measure expressed in the testimony submitted by the Town and City Clerks Association, the Maine Municipal Association, and the Secretary of State's office. And then finally, I'll just mention the election information provisions. One of the major reasons the League supports shortening the closed period for no excuse absentee voting is the amount of confusion we've encountered among voters and election administrators around special circumstance absentee voting. If the closed period is not adjusted, it is especially important that voters and election administrators have clear, consistent, uniform information about the qualifications for special circumstance absentee voting. This bill contains provisions to implement this and other pieces of information that are helpful for voters, such as Dropbox locations. Once again, I'd like to thank the committee for the thoughtful work it has already done on some of the measures contained in this bill in other bills. We hope the committee will take up the additional improvements suggested here as they serve to further improve Maine's election laws. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1575. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Will Sedlak, and Will is followed by Lauren Jacobs and Dusty Homan Sprague. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Gazzo, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Will Sedlak, following another Will again, testifying in support of LD 1575, an act to improve Maine's election laws on behalf of Maine Conservation Voters, MCV. MCV is a statewide environmental advocacy organization that represents more than 8,500 members and supporters dedicated to protecting Maine's environment and our democracy by making conservation, climate, equity, and voting rights political priorities. We support measures that make voting more efficient, secure, and accessible for all eligible Maine voters. The reforms outlined in this bill accomplishes those goals. A special thank you to Representative McCrate for your leadership with this bill. When all Maine people are fully integrated in both the democratic process and the clean energy economy, we will see all Mainers benefiting by owning businesses, benefiting from the clean energy solutions, and working collectively to advance the values of community, well-being, and collaboration that we can all certainly agree on. The value of LD 1575 is that it builds on the experience of the 2020 election to make key improvements to how we administer elections to prepare us for elections to come. We'd like to highlight 3 of the reforms proposed by this bill that we believe deserve mention. We do recognize that some of the reforms covered in this bill are also covered in the agency bill, and we urge you to vote ought to pass on that bill, LD 1363, as well. The first one we'd like to highlight is the creation of a process to allow towns to use multiple secure ballot drop boxes. It is our belief that the restriction of one drop box per municipality limits the benefit of secure drop boxes for some voters. We support the development of rules by the Secretary of State to ensure that multiple drop boxes are available if a town wants them, and that they remain secure and accessible. The second is the creation of a signature cure provision. In 2020, guidance from the Secretary of State ensured that voters were contacted if their ballot was rejected so they could cure the flagged error. We are excited that LD 1575 proposes codifying that guidance. Finally, the standardization of voting information. This is one that is certainly we're certainly most excited about. One element from 2020 that led to voter confusion was inconsistent language between the state and various municipalities about voting. We support the language in LD 1575 that ensures that Dropbox locations are publicized, consistent language is used to convey information, and that additional information is required to be published by municipalities and the Secretary of State to aid voters and to avoid confusion. For these reasons and so many more, Maine Conservation Voters urges you to vote ought to pass in LD 1575. I'll be available for questions if any available.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sedlak. Okay, next up, we have Lauren Jacobs, and Lauren will be followed by Dusty Homan Sprague and Zach Hayden. So welcome.
Hello, hello, Senator Lucchini and members of the Joint Steering Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Lauren Jacobs. I'm from Old Town and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Women's Lobby. So I'm actually reading Dusty Homan Sprague's testimony. I'm a member of the board of the Maine Women's Lobby where she's the executive director. For over 40 years, the Maine Women's Lobby has advocated for public policy which increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls with a focus on the most marginalized populations and communities. We're here today in support of LD 1575, an act to improve Maine's election laws, and we thank Representative McCrate for sponsoring this bill. LD 1575 makes a range of changes that will make elections more equitable, including standardizing voter information, allowing towns to have multiple secure ballot drop boxes, ensuring voters get the opportunity to fix errors on their absentee ballot, making voter registration more accessible for students, and more. Women are dedicated voters in Maine and across the country and vote at higher rates than men, Black and brown women even more so. In the 2020 presidential election, women were 59% of the total voters. Yet in many cases, they experience more barriers to the franchise, especially women from marginalized or disenfranchised communities. National data indicate that on average, Black female voters have to wait twice as long to vote as white voters. Many of the same barriers that have resulted in women carrying a disproportionate burden during the pandemic, resulting in much higher rates of job loss and unemployment, are the same barriers in accessing voting. Women are more likely to be care providers in their families, providing the greater share of childcare duties, elder care, and other unpaid care labor. Women are more likely to be in low-wage positions with less flexibility, and they are more likely to head single-parent households. These factors are typically not discussed as part of the traditional barriers to voting, and yet we know that navigating these duties poses very real challenges in the daily lives of Mainers. For those with added barriers, such as lack of transportation, language or literacy needs, or other accessibility needs, it becomes that much harder. Voting is not only a right and a privilege, it is the tool that we use to build the Maine we want to live in. When every eligible Mainer can participate in that building, we are more likely to shape policies and systems that lift up all of our communities and reflect our collective needs and strengths. Participation and engagement in every system improves when we account for the realities of people's lives, their employment structure, work schedules, family duties, accessibility needs, and more. LD 1575 gets us closer to that goal. We hope you will vote ought to pass on this important bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will go to Zachary Hayden, followed by Alicia Melnick, and finally Patty Du Bois. So welcome, Mr. Hayden.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Good morning. My name is Zach Hayden. I am Chief Counsel at the ACLU of Maine, and I'm here speaking in support of this important bill. I want to thank Representative McCreight for bringing it forward, and we are fully supportive of this entire bill as reflected in our written testimony, which is we have submitted. I want to just focus briefly in my oral testimony this morning on Section 3 of the bill, which has to do with nonpartisan election observers. I think this is critically important and hope that it will receive your due consideration and your support. Over the years, I've trained hundreds of lawyers to work across the state as election observers. And there is nothing partisan about being an election observer. People come to work as election observers because they may be affiliated with a particular party, or they may be supportive of a particular issue or candidate. But once they're there, their role is not partisan in any way. It's to make sure that elections are being carried out in a fair manner. And one of the most important things that they're there to do is to make sure that other voters are not being harassed or intimidated or interfered with in any way. And over the years, many people who have worked as election observers, who have noticed things that are going on in polling places that are not right, have been able to bring those to the attention of the wardens or the clerks or to the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office and get those issues resolved. So I think it's an important thing that's included in this bill, and I hope it and the rest of this bill will receive your due support. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Great. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Any questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hayden.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, next up, we have Alicia Melnick, and she'll be followed by Patty Du Bois. So welcome, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Senator Lucchini. Senator Lucchini and other esteemed members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, good morning. My name is Alicia Melnick. I'm an attorney at Bernstein Shur, and I live in Portland. I'm here today on behalf of the Center for Secure and Modern Elections, which is also a coalition member of the Mainers for Modern Elections. And I just want to echo the real appreciation to Representative McCreight for digging in on this bill and for just her ongoing flexibility as you all work the multiple bills related to elections, and particularly in enshrining a lot of the common sense changes that that were made during the pandemic, and that really did hold us in good stead for having a smoother run, more secure, accessible election for folks. So just to give you a sense, the Center for Secure and Modern Elections just really appreciates these common sense changes, in particular, as we've talked about, permitting municipalities to have multiple drop boxes, codifying the signature cure provision, codifying the allowance of by allowing individuals who do not have a driver's license, but who do have an in-state student photo ID and have otherwise demonstrated eligibility to vote, but to enshrine those things in statute will only provide greater access and greater clarity for eligible voters and for those who administer elections in Maine. As you've heard, LD 1363 and some other bills have taken some of these points as well. And as you work these forward, I know that members of the coalition are prepared to provide any additional information that would be useful to the group. So with that, we will submit testimony. We again just really appreciate that this bill is a common sense package of minor reforms that have already been proven as effective upgrades that ensure access, security, clarity, and minimize confusion that could lead to error. And we believe these clarifications will only make our elections more secure and efficient. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Alicia. Any questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Patty Dubois, and she'll be followed by John Brodigan.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Lucchini and members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. My video isn't working, so you're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. The Maine Towns and City Clerks Association is opposed to LD 1575 for several reasons, and we thank you for the opportunity to share our points. I would like to note that I thank Representative McCrate for taking the time to hear our concerns in advance of today's public hearing. The municipal clerks are in support of the photo ID to register to vote, but otherwise we are opposed to the minimum size of the polling place and the nonpartisan observers. This section of the proposed legislation will require municipalities to allow for public observation from one nonpartisan observer at the polls and would allow for a complaint procedure if there is insufficient room for this observer along with the partisan observers. It's unclear how the nonpartisan observer would be selected if multiple interested persons wish to be present to observe. Would the nonpartisan observer be selected by a first come, first served basis, or perhaps by drawn lot or some other method? This could result in there being space for an observer on one side of an issue or question, but not on the opposing side of an issue or question. Based on complaints filed alleging a lack of space at the municipality's polling place for the proposed observers, would there be due process for the towns? What if there are no other suitable spaces within the municipality to conduct voting? Towns would be required to change the polling place if it's found to be too small a size to accommodate partisan and nonpartisan observers. But who would pay any additional costs that may be incurred for that new site? Will a change in polling site allow ample time for municipal staff to properly plan for the setup of the new site, especially with the potential for social distancing and other requirements that may be in place? We are opposed, as we've mentioned in previous testimony, to moving the absentee ballot request deadline. Initially, we were not clear on the language in the bill, but apparently it's the intent to move the deadline to Friday rather than Thursday. We are strongly opposed to this because we've testified that the third business day deadline is necessary for proper preparation for early absentee processing over the weekends and for final preparations and set up for election day. Clerks are also opposed to mandated hours on Fridays before election day. This does mandate that municipalities with more than 500 voters be open for at least 4 hours on the Friday before election day. It sounds like the sponsor is amenable to an amendment there, but some towns aren't open on Fridays, and we feel that the towns are best suited to set their own hours for their citizens and voters. It could be costs for additional staffing if they're forced to open on days that they're normally not open. We, as mentioned in previous testimony, we are opposed to the multiple drop box scenario, mostly because of the logistics associated with that, and I won't repeat that testimony. We do support the standardization of voting information to the voters. I think more information to clarify things is always better, so we would support that. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Du Bois, for your testimony as always. Any questions from members of the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, and last up, we have John Brodigan. Welcome. Oh, Mr. Brodigan, you're on. Oh, there we go.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is John Brodigan. I'm an attorney in Falmouth. I'm speaking here today on my own accord, speaking in favor of the bill. And I also wanted to thank Representative McCray for bringing this forward. I want to focus on the election observation provision just for a moment. 2 years ago, I was privileged to be selected through the United States State Department to serve as an international election observer in the 2019 Ukraine presidential election. The Ukraine, which had, of course, formerly been under the control of the Soviet Union, had worked hard to try to develop a real democracy. In the intervening years, they had elections, but they were racked with problems. My observation team was one of hundreds of observation teams from around the world. We were welcomed in every polling place we went to. Myself, a colleague from France, and our interpreter. We went to 11 election polling places on election day, and we actually visited 10 the day before. We were greeted warmly. We were applauded. I think the officials there understood that election observation can play an important role, not really in critiquing or interfering in any way in the work of the officials, but in getting out the story of what a great job that they had done in identifying areas of improvement. So I would just say that, like everyone else, I appreciate what the clerks and wardens and town officials do. All the people involved in elections, it's not easy. It's challenging. There's a lot of things to balance. And I also believe that the clerks recognize, like their counterparts around the world, that elections are public, that it's a public observation is an important service, and it can only enhance the public confidence in our elections and identify opportunities for improvement, and tell the story of what a good result and what a good process has actually been and conducted. So if this is just a question of logistics about how many chairs to put in a polling place or how many people can be there or how to choose those people, I think those are things that can be worked out. Similar kinds of logistical questions come up with regard to people collecting signatures, and I think those kinds of arrangements can be worked out. But the principle that the public and the media have a right and an important role to play, to be in the polling place, to watch the process, I think that principle is very important, and Maine should join the majority of other states that have enshrined this into their statutes. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Brodigan, for your testimony. Any questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, so with that, that being the final item of testimony for this bill, I'll close the public hearing on LD 1575. And I will turn it over to Senator Farren for the next bill, LD 1620.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And those of you who were laughing before we started, it really happened. Here we are. I would like to open a public hearing on LD 1620, which is an act to support Maine theaters by expanding eligibility for off-premises catering licenses, presented by our very own Senator Lucchini.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I realize I didn't call in Representative McCray. Second, my bad, it was my fault.
That's okay. I was just going to offer to do the clock if you'd like. Senator Farren and Senator Lucchini for the next two bills.
That'd be great. The clock man is not here. Thank you.
Okay, I'm on it.
Great. Well, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Farren and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate, and I'm here to present LD 1620, an act to support Maine theaters by expanding eligibility for off-premises catering licenses. I think as we've heard from industry members, our committee's done a lot of really great work, I think, helping small businesses respond to the pandemic. And this proposal continues along those lines, especially as it relates to Maine's theaters, auditoriums, and performing arts venues. So obviously entertainment venues across the country have been shuttered because of the pandemic and the related restrictions. Events that pack people indoors simply have stopped. The subsequent effects on local theaters, our performing artists and related groups has been severe. So this bill before us, LD 1620, it simply adds auditoriums, civic auditoriums, and performing arts centers to the list of entities eligible for an off-premises catering license. This idea was brought to me by the State Theater as a way to help some of these struggling venues reopen their doors and provide flexibility so that they can start hosting outdoor events. They're here today and can talk us through their specific situation. And I've also spoken with some area theaters in my district who also see this as a valuable option to allow theaters to start reopening outside when the weather warms up, since the days of packed indoor venues sitting shoulder to shoulder have been limited and maybe a ways off before people are comfortable doing that again. So just on the way that this license works, many liquor licensees can qualify for this additional license. And now we already allow restaurants, lounges, hotels, bed and breakfasts to use this extra license. So again, we're just adding auditoriums, civic auditoriums, and performing art theaters to that list. And honestly, I think these operators are probably the best trained for serving large groups of people at entertainment events because that's what they do every day, inside a building. So moving it outdoors, I think, is a pretty easy step for them. Also important to note, before you can get one of these off-premises event licenses, you need to have it approved by the host municipality as well as by the Bureau. So there's plenty of safeguards in place to make sure everybody knows that one of these events is happening, and to make sure that the event center and the municipality work collaboratively. And so just one, I guess, final note, in my rush to get this bill up, I forgot to add an emergency preamble to it. So like the other pandemic bills that we've dealt with, if the committee is good to move this, if they'd be open to adding an emergency so that these venues can operate this summer and can get started on that local approval level, because that will take a little bit of time before they can get started. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thanks for considering this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody on the committee have any questions for our good senator from Ellsworth? Seeing none, thank you, Senator. Not seeing any co-sponsors or legislators that want to testify on this bill. So we're going to go to those in support of, and we're going to recognize Lauren Wayne. Welcome, Ms. Wayne, and welcome to Veterans Legal Affairs this morning.
Thanks so much, Senator Farron. Thanks, Senator Lucchini, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. First off, I really appreciate your previous work in helping small businesses survive through the pandemic. It's truly appreciated. I'm Lauren Wayne. I live in Portland. I'm the GM of the State Theater, and we are also the producer and promoter of the State Theater Summer Concert Series at Thompson's Point. Thanks for the opportunity for me to speak in favor of LD 1620. The State Theater in Portland is the most active live music venue and promoter in the state of Maine. We produce over 260 events a year. We bring over 250,000 people annually into Maine. Between our events at the state, our outdoor venue, Thompson's Point, and our now closed smaller club, Port City Music Hall. When we produced our concerts offsite at Thompson's Point previously, we operated off our Class A restaurant lounge license we held at Port City to obtain an off-premise catering license so that we could use our own professionally trained staff to operate the alcohol service at our shows at Thompson's Point. We share the same staff across all of our venues so that we can keep service professional, consistent, and safe. Due to the pandemic, we were forced to announce the permanent closure of Port City in July 2020, meaning we no longer have a Class A restaurant license in which to obtain an off-premise catering license at our off-site events. The State Theater currently operates under an auditorium license, which is currently not listed as one of the allowed liquor licenses for an off-premise catering license, which ultimately means the State Theater would not be able to control and operate our own alcohol service at our very own off-premise concerts. To note, we've never had an alcohol service infraction in any of our venues in over 10 years of operation and over thousands of events. We require that all our managers are ServSafe certified and all of our bar staff obtain their TIPS alcohol certification. So, as the law stands now, the State Theater, the entity who has the most experience in Maine hosting events for large capacity crowds and operating alcohol service for over 250,000 people per year in the safest manner possible, can't obtain an off-premise catering license to operate the alcohol service at our very own outdoor events. The prospect of hiring another entity to do this for us, especially since no entity has the experience, expertise, and trained staff as we do, is absolutely frightening. And more importantly, it will add even more expense to what has proved to be a financially devastating year for us as we continue to suffer close to 100% revenue loss for over 13 months of being closed. It's for this reason I fully support expanding the eligibility for off-premise catering license to include auditorium, civic auditorium, and performing arts centers, as these types of license holders are normally the venues and entities who have the most experience safe serving large capacity crowds. I fully believe that this is the best thing possible for our businesses to survive. And most importantly, it's for the safety of our employees and our fans. Thanks so much. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Wayne. Questions from the committee? I see none. Oh, no, I see one right there. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Wayne, could you just repeat the amount of loss you just mentioned and I missed it?
Sure. Since we've closed in March 2020, we've suffered a 98% revenue loss over the past year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Next up to testify in favor is Nick Turner. Mr. Turner, welcome to Veterans and Legal Affairs.
Good morning. Thank you for having me very much. And a huge thank you to Senator Lucchini and all the members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. And I am not going to, Lauren has so eloquently expressed our situation as well. So just echo that. What I'll add to that is, 98%, almost 100% of revenue loss since March of last year. And we've been very lucky to benefit from so many different funding programs. And this would just be, the thing that's exciting about this bill is not only the much needed input of revenue opportunities for us, but it's also for the future. So it's actually really investing in how arts organizations can support themselves in the future. I would say the exact same thing that Lauren said. We got a liquor license on site 4 years ago. The grant had never had one. We haven't had any infractions, zero. So the very nature of the arts functions that we would do does not lead to any public issues. Usually it's theater goers, music goers. They're there to have fun and to enjoy entertainment, not to cause trouble, not to drink too much and cause trouble. So the very nature of what we do is just conducive to really a wonderful time. And this adds such a wonderful aspect for patrons, for the community, for the arts organizations. And I fully support this, and I hope you do too as well. Thank you for having me. If there's any questions, and by the way, I'm Nick Turner, yes, from the Grand in Ellsworth, where I try to keep up with Senator Lucchini as he runs laps around me.
The good senator runs laps around just all of us. So,
my word, he's an inspiration, though.
We cross a lot on the roads. Yeah, that's
right. We do.
On a lot of fronts he is. On a lot of fronts he is. Thank you, Mr. Turner. Any questions from any members of the committee to Mr. Turner on? All right. I don't see anything. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you. And thank you for considering this very much. Thank you.
All right, next up in the fish barrel, we got Director Minio.
Good morning. I like that. Senator Lucchini and Senator Farren, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Greg Minio, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations, and I am providing the following written testimony in support of LD 1620. This bill authorizes auditoriums, civic auditoriums, and performing arts centers licensed to sell spirits, wine, and malt liquor to apply for an additional license to conduct off-premise catering of spirits, wine, and malt liquor at planned events or gatherings. For the Bureau, this adds another type of on-premise establishment that can provide catering services, and we support this business-friendly change. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you, the committee today, and I'm happy to respond to any questions, and will certainly be available for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from members of the committee to Director Minio? Seeing none, and looking through, there is no additional folks signed up to testify, either in support, in opposition, or neither for nor against. So, Senator, off easy on this one. We'll close the public hearing on LD 1620. Oh, wait a minute. Before I do that, Representative Kinney, did you have a question or?
Well, I was wondering if this was simple enough that we could suspend the rules and go into work session.
I have the, I haven't handed the gavel off yet, so I'm looking for a nod.
And might be Senator Lucchini might be able to better answer that.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. The only question is we may not have a quorum at the moment, so we may, maybe this afternoon. Yeah, maybe this afternoon if that works for people, that'd be great.
All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing on LD 1620 and hand the gavel back to Senator Lucchini.
Great, thank you for covering, Senator Farren. Thanks for making me look bad. Great job. And yeah, I think we have a lot of members who are presenting in other committees, and so maybe this afternoon, if the committee's up for it, we can work that, and it'd be awesome if we can get it in place by the 13th so they can start their municipal approval process. Next up, we'll open the public hearing on LD 1621. And LD 1621 is an act to reform payments to legislators by political action committees. And we'll recognize the sponsor, Senator Maxman. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1621, an act to reform payments to legislators by political action committees. This bill joins other pieces of legislation this session to ensure that money, campaigns, and politics have the cleanest relationship possible. I know that we all hear from our constituents about the need to get big money out of politics. We deserve free and fair elections. We also deserve to know that our legislators are not unfairly profiting or benefiting from doing the people's work. This bill has 7 parts to it that I can walk through quickly. They all revolve around how PACs relate to legislators, specifically if a legislator is a principal officer of the PAC or one of the people who is primarily responsible for raising money for the PAC or deciding how the PAC operates. So the first part of the bill says that a PAC can't compensate a legislator or their immediate family members or a business owned by them for services provided to the PAC. The second part says that a PAC can reimburse a legislator for gas, but cannot reimburse for vehicle repair, maintenance, or accessorizing. The third piece states that a PAC cannot pay or reimburse a legislator for expenses that have been or will be reimbursed for the legislature by another source. Fourth, it says that allowable payments or reimbursements for expenses do not include payments from a PAC that are determined by ethics to be for personal enrichment of the legislator or their immediate family. Fifth, PAC funds cannot be commingled with personal funds, another person's funds, or a business's funds. Sixth, any legislator in violation of these laws can be fined up to $500 or the amount of the unalloyed payment or reimbursement. And lastly, it allows the Ethics Commission to create routine technical rules around record keeping and reporting requirements, as well as travel and vehicle reimbursement rates. These are common sense reforms in my mind, and I thank the committee for its consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Maxman, for presenting this bill. Are there any questions from the committee at this time? Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Maxman, for bringing this forward. I don't know, on the cusp, listening to your testimony, it's pretty hard to disagree. This is my 7th year in the legislature. I've never had a PAC, so I don't know how some of those things work from that standpoint. Did you do some research, or I guess what brought this forward for you? Is there some specific instances or issues that you saw that this is a problem within the Maine legislature, or is this just trying to address that transparency piece?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've had concerns about how PACs operate and kind of the looseness of the laws in terms of how they relate to legislators. And when I saw this language, it just made sense to me. I also had some own experiences on my campaign of candidates and legislators being incredibly closely tied to their PACs in ways that I thought were really inappropriate and meddling the lines. So that's why I put it in.
Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Great. Any other questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Senator Maxman. Okay, so next up we have public testimony, and we've got John Brodegam signed up, and that is all that we have signed up in advance. So welcome, Mr. Brodegam.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, members of the committee. My name is John Brodegam. I'm here today on behalf of Maine Citizens for Clean Elections and testifying in support of LD 1621, and appreciate Senator Maxman for bringing this forward. This bill, well, first of all, Maine Citizens for Clean Elections has been one of the leading campaign finance organizations around the country, certainly in Maine, for over 20 years, and one of the nation's most respected state-based organizations advocating for democratically funded elections. And we are proud of our national reputation, but we are all Mainers, and our nonpartisan mission has always been with and for the people of Maine. Just very briefly, Senator Maxman's bill takes existing PAC laws and fine-tunes them to increase transparency, reduce opportunities for corruption and self-dealing, and increase accountability. We really appreciate her work to bring this forward, this common sense, reasonable solution to some of the things that she identified. I'm not going to go through every provision of the bill, but I'm just going to say that in spirit and in the letter of the language of LD 1621, we strongly support this. It's squarely in the public interest, and we encourage you to vote ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brodegam. Any questions from committee members at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Okay, and that concludes the registrants for this bill. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1621. So I guess before we break for lunch, let's see if Janet, did we have any language reviews that needed to be taken care of this morning, or?
We have two. We can do them now if you want. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great if you're ready for it.
I was just about to open them up.
Okay.
I didn't realize it would be so quick this morning.
Yeah, no, some days you just really can't predict, and then some days really take a lot longer than you think.
Okay. So we do have two for language review this morning. Oh, somehow 1377 popped up first. So with your indulgence, we can do that first.
Great.
So 1377 is an act regarding campaign finance disclosure and filing of statements of sources of income. The bill, which is mostly unchanged, adjusts deadlines for filing, for you all to file your statements of sources of income. It streamlines some of the statutes involving elected executive officials and their statements of income, appointed and elected executive officials. You may remember it requires that local party committees provide their information to state party committees, and then it in turn requires those contact information to be provided yearly to the Ethics Commission so they can provide notices and warn people of potential needs to file campaign finance reports. So it makes those kinds of changes to the law. It also expands the types of independent expenditures that are subject to the top 3 funders disclosures to include internet videos. And because it does affect the independent expenditure statute, you all decided in your unanimous committee amendment to to add in a technical non-substantive change, but it reorganizes the definition of independent expenditures. Because right now the definition in statute says that an independent expenditure is an expenditure made for X, Y, and Z purposes. And then way far down in the statute in an exception clause, it says, and by the way, these are expenditures that aren't coordinated with a campaign. And you decided to put that right up in the definition to make it a little clearer. And then also this whole rebutting the presumption language was a little bit confusing. So you decided to put in an amendment that makes it clear that if you do make an expenditure for communication within this short time period before election day, and it does name or depict a clearly identified candidate, under current law, it talks about there being a presumption, and then you have to rebut it. And instead you just straightforward say, that's going to be considered an independent expenditure unless you prove to the Ethics Commission otherwise, and get rid of all of the presumption language just to make it clearer. The bill had changed from 48 hours to 7 days, the amount of time that somebody who makes such an independent expenditure has to file that statement with the commission, and that's retained here in your amendment, but the rest of it is just non-substantive, trying to clear up the language to make it a little bit easier to read. The only kind of substantive thing that your amendment does is here, it clarifies in the bill. It says that when a legislative or gubernatorial candidate who's accepted contributions that don't comply with the seed money restrictions of the Maine Clean Election Act can't be certified as a candidate, the bill says during that year, but because the contributions can be accepted prior to the election year, you had us amend the bill to say that if they collected those non-conforming contributions during the election cycle, then they're not going to be able to be a clean election candidate that same cycle. There is a fiscal note that's just a minor cost increase fiscal note, and it says any potential costs could be absorbed.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Any questions from committee members on that language? If not, we can process it and get it ready to report out.
Okay, and then the other one is LD 194. And LD 194 is the foreign national bill. So it's an act to prohibit contributions, expenditures, and participation by foreign government-owned entities to influence referenda. The first part of this amendment is one which is a little bit worth discussing now. If you remember from our discussion of this bill quite some time ago, the definition of contribution that's in current law regarding PACs and ballot question committees actually refers just to PACs throughout the definition. And part of what a bill we're going to work this afternoon from the Ethics Commission, part of what it does is it makes it clear that contributions are made to either type of committee, not just PACs. So they've proposed that as well, but they also propose in that Ethics Commission bill some additional changes to the definition. So this part is not inconsistent, but they've also proposed more. where this is an emergency bill that might get passed earlier, it's probably possible if you end up voting for 1485, or some people end up voting for 1485, for that to be amended later on if this 194 is enacted, to kind of fix it. If not, that can be fixed through an errors bill. I just want you to know that this is making some amendments to this definition that are consistent with, but not as thorough as 1485, if that makes sense. The next part of the amendment adds to the major contributor statement, and a major contributor is someone who donates more than $100,000 in total to a PAC or a ballot question committee that involves direct initiative or people's veto. You added this requirement that if they reach that $100,000 threshold, they need to provide this sworn statement to indicate that they are not a foreign national as defined in the bill, which is a foreign government or foreign government owned entity. And that statement has to go to the recipient committee, so the committee that they're spending the money to, as well as to the Ethics Commission. Part of what you wanted to do in the amendment was make sure all of the correct definitions of contribution, expenditure, and influence would apply to this provision. And originally this was in 1006, which wouldn't have the right definitions apply. So we moved it to a section of the law that has all of the definitions you want to have apply. So you're not going to see all these definitions restated, because just by moving it, you get the right definitions to apply. The next thing worth noting is your definition of foreign national, like I said, is a foreign government or an entity where it's 10% or more owned by a foreign government. This just shows you the type of ballot questions or referenda that are covered. That was all the same in the bill. The bill, as amended, will now prohibit expenditures and contributions to influence referendum. That's the same as the bill. Also, participation by such foreign nationals in making decisions for somebody else about whether to spend money to influence a referendum. It prohibits the following types of activities by somebody who's not themselves a foreign national. So you can't solicit or accept contributions that the foreign national can't make, and you can't provide the foreign national with a substantial assistance in making prohibited contributions or expenditures. The next part of the amendment involves the disclosures that you are going to require the foreign nationals that are described in the bill to make whenever they finance a communication that's not prohibited by the bill. So it's not necessarily about a ballot question, but it is a communication that's designed to influence either foreign relations or state, county, or local public policy. Those will have to have a sponsored by statement, indicate the name of the entity who sponsored that communication, and describe it either as a foreign government or a foreign government owned entity, depending on which applies. And then you also decided that any violations of all of these prohibitions, except the sworn statement part, would be subject to $5,000 in penalties. And although it's not shown here, there is a provision of current law 1004-C of Title 21A, which allows these fines to be doubled or tripled depending on how close it is to the election. And that provision will apply here. It just doesn't have to be restated because that's how the law works. So there's the summary. And then there is a fiscal note, a minor cost increase to the general fund, a minor revenue increase to the general fund, and minor revenue increase to other special revenue funds. So I don't know what this means as far as it being on a special appropriations table, but it does have these sort of minor and absorbed costs fiscal note.
Great, thank you, Janet. Any questions from anybody on this language while we have it before us? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Thank you, Janet. So I guess that will conclude our morning's work. This afternoon, we have a number of work sessions, I think, beginning at 1 o'clock. Is that right, Janet? It's 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So if there's nothing else to bring up this morning, we can take a break for lunch and caucus and then come back at 1. So Representative McCray.
Sorry, I was just counting, but I guess we still don't have a quorum. because I was hoping we could work session.
But we actually do have 7 now, so we could.
Let's do it.
If people are up for it, we can. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me 1, 2. Okay. So I guess Senator Farren.
Make a motion that we go into work session on LD 1620.
Second.
Okay. A motion to go into work session by Senator Farren and seconded by, I think, Representative Kinney and McCray. Sure, I couldn't tell. Any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, we can vote by Representative Tuttle. You're on mute. There you go. Yeah.
You need a motion not to pass as amended, Mr. Chair, or we?
Gotta go.
We have to vote first, Representative, to go into work session, and then we can. Yeah.
Well, you have me trained yet, Louis.
It's good. Okay, so I think we can vote by a show of hands on this. So the motion before us is to go straight to work session. So all those in favor of going straight to work session, please raise your hand and hold it up for a minute. And so we have Senator Farren, Representative Chiazzo, Representative Kinney, Representative Riley, Representative Tuttle, Representative McCray, and Representative Supika, and Senator Lucchini. So unanimous of those present. So we will open the work session on LD 1620. Senator Farren. There.
Just wanted to say, having listened to that bill this morning, the fine testimony by our Senate chair and the folks that brought that out, that I would like to make a motion of ought to pass for LD 1620.
Second.
Third.
All right. So we have a motion of ought to pass by Senator Farren, seconded by Representative Riley, and thirded by Representative Tuttle. Janet?
I just wanted to check if you meant to say ought to pass as amended. I think you just whispered it and we didn't hear you.
That's what I said, as amended to include the emergency.
Oh, right. I'm glad you thought of that. I totally forgot. Thank you for that, because I forgot to put it on originally and I forgot again right now. Rep. Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was listening in on the Zoom meeting, the YouTube. I'm still waiting in the queue in the UT, but I heard the testimony and concur 100%. I think it's a great bill. Happy to move it out.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and thanks to the State Theater for bringing it forward. I think it makes a lot of sense. So, any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass as amended, and we'll proceed to a roll call. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood, absent. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolliff. Representative Dolliff, absent. 8 members in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 5 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So unanimous of those present, and anyone absent will have until Friday at noon. And thank you, everybody, for the support on that one. I guess with that, we'll take a recess until 1 o'clock for lunch and caucus, and then we'll come back for work sessions. And as always, the same link will get us all back. So see everybody at 1. All right. Let's see. Once we get some more people, we'll get back going for this afternoon session. You know, we have a number of committee members who are serving on multiple committees or presenting bills in other committees today. So we'll have to make sure we have 7 available to vote. But I think we can get started now, going through the list. We have kind of a long list of bills this afternoon, but I think, Janet, if we can start with LD 59, that'd be great. An act to define the term unenrolled political action committee.
Sure. Sorry, it's not working.
Oh, it's all right. I think it started to.
Try again. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, good. So this bill defines the new term unenrolled political action.
I just think that if he is a
committee for both the general campaign finance laws in Chapter 13 of Title 21A and the Clean Election Act in Chapter 14 of Title 21A. So it defines an unenrolled PAC as both a political action committee and that has been designated in a letter written to the Ethics Commission by either the Senate unenrolled leader or the House unenrolled leader to promote the election of unenrolled candidates to the body of the legislature for which the leader is a member. And those unenrolled leaders are each defined by the bill as the unenrolled member of the respective chamber who's been elected by the other unenrolled members to be the leader of all the unenrolled members of the chamber. So the bill also amends 2 other laws. It amends the laws governing recounts. And as amended by the bill, an unenrolled PAC would be able to make unlimited donations to a candidate for the purposes of an election recount. In addition, the bill amends the Maine Clean Election Act. Under section 1125, subsection 6F of the Maine Clean Election Act, a candidate may not serve as the treasurer, principal officer, primary fundraiser, or decision maker for a PAC from April 1st of the election year through the date the candidate withdraws or loses the primary general election, or through the beginning of the next election year if the candidate wins the election. So that's if they're a clean election candidate. They are authorized, however, to serve as a fundraiser or a decision maker for a ballot question committee, a PAC formed to promote or oppose a ballot question, or a caucus PAC. So section 8 of this bill would add an unenrolled PAC to the list of PACs for whom an MCA candidate may raise funds or make decisions. So since one of the provisions of the bill addresses funding for recounts, just thought it was worth reminding you that Clean Election Act candidates involved in a recount may not use clean election funds to pay for recount expenses. Instead, both traditionally financed and clean election candidates can fund recounts through the following means under current law. They can receive additional contributions up to the regular campaign contribution limits for a single election. So even though a clean election candidate doesn't ordinarily accept contributions, they can for a recount. They can also receive unlimited pro bono donations of services from attorneys and consultants. And they can receive unlimited donations from party committees and caucus PACs. And then the bill would add unenrolled PACs as well. Just so that you know, since its enactment in 2005, the law governing recounts has permitted these unlimited donations from caucus PACs. And also the prohibition on clean election candidates holding PAC leadership positions was enacted in 2015 and has contained the exception for clean election candidates to raise funds or make decisions for party, caucus, political action committees since that time. But since neither of those phrases was defined, what a caucus campaign committee was or a party, caucus, political action committee was, in 2020, the legislature enacted a bill that went through this committee that replaced those phrases with a newly defined term, caucus PAC. And under that legislation, each caucus PAC is a PAC designated by the elected leader of each party caucus in the House and the Senate. And their purpose of the PAC is to promote the election of nominees of the caucus leader's political party to the chamber, which the leaders is part of. At the time that that bill went through this committee, 2 members of this committee voted for a minority amendment, which would have added the unenrolled PAC provisions that are currently in the bill before you, but that minority amendment was not eventually adopted. As far as conflicting legislation, in LD 1125, which newly defines the phrase leadership PAC, it defines that phrase as a PAC that is directly or indirectly established, maintained, or controlled by a member of the legislature, but that's not a caucus PAC. If you enact both 1125 and this bill, you may want to include an exception for an unenrolled PAC if you want to treat caucus PACs and unenrolled PACs equally. In addition, 1125 does amend the same provision of the Clean Election Act to specify that the type of PAC that the clean election candidates may not establish are these leadership PACs that bill creates. So because both this bill and 1125 amend the same provision of law, technically they'll make a conflict if they're both enacted. But again, this is the type of conflict that the errors bill is for. LD 1417, the other bill that defines leadership PAC, has the same issue where it defines a leadership PAC to exclude caucus PACs, and you may want to consider excluding unenrolled PACs as well, although that's difficult to do since unenrolled PACs don't exist in the law yet, but that's just something to think about if you want to treat them equally. And then LD 1485 also contains an amendment to that same provision of the Clean Election Act. It's also a kind of a cleanup technical amendment, and although it would technically conflict with this bill if you enact it, again, it doesn't create a substantive conflict. It's just that both bills would amend it in slightly different ways. And so again, that's probably something you'd have to deal with in the errors bill if both bills are passed. Although we don't yet have a preliminary fiscal impact statement for this bill, in the 129th legislature, that minority report, which would have added the same provisions that are in the bill now, had a no fiscal impact fiscal note, or lack of fiscal note.
Okay, thank you, Janet, for that analysis as always. Any questions from the committee at this time? Any discussion? Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In looking this over and just some general thoughts on the confusion that this may add, as well as with other legislation, but also the point of the unenrolled PACs. I'm just not there. I'm going to make a motion of ought not to pass.
Okay, got a motion of ought not to pass. Is there a second? Sorry. Representative Kinney?
Yeah.
Okay. Further discussion, Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chairman, what do we got? 4 bills attempting to do different things in the same area. I would try to consolidate those if we're interested in it, instead of just dealing with 4 mechanisms. I didn't know if there had been discussion with the chairs and the leads about doing that.
Generally, with a lot of these, if there is some overlap, we'll try to consolidate to the best of our ability to prevent those conflicts. But I'll say on this one, I'm in the same place as Senator Farren. I think we give, if the purpose is to help with recounts, which we've heard a lot, we give routes for people to do that and allowing people to fundraise, which I think is good.
Well, in that case, I would third the motion.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Any further discussion on LD 59? Okay, seeing none, seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. Karen, if you can take the roll, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Thank you. And sorry, the motion's ought not to pass. Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo. Representative Chiazzo, absent. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood, absent. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dollar.
Yes.
You're on mute, Representative. There you go.
No, I said yes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Representative Dollar, yes.
That's okay.
9 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 4 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Karen. So the motion carries 9-0, and absent members will have until noon, I think on Friday, to cast their vote. Okay, next up, we have 11:25. We'll try to get all the campaign finance ones first, or try to group them so that we can not keep all agencies here at all times. So we'll go 11:25, please, Janet.
The 1125 is an act to define leadership political action committee. This bill was submitted by the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices in response to a request by this committee and the 129th legislature for more public transparency and accountability regarding which political action committees in the state are organized or directed by legislators. And the Ethics Commission's testimony had a copy of that letter. So you can click here if you haven't had a chance to read through it. So Section 1 of this bill would define a leadership PAC as a PAC that is not a caucus PAC, but that is directly or indirectly established, maintained, or controlled by a member of the legislature. Section 2 of the bill requires a leadership PAC to disclose the relevant legislator's position in the PAC when it registers with the Ethics Commission under the registration statute. This statute requires disclosure of the following individuals whenever a PAC registers: the treasurer and principal officer, any individuals primarily responsible for fundraising or decision-making for the PAC, and the names of any other candidates or legislators with a significant role in the fundraising or decision-making for the PAC. So Section 2 of the bill builds on this existing statute and says, if you're a leadership PAC, you should disclose on your registration statement if somebody who's a legislator is one of these positions. In addition, that section of the bill directs the Ethics Commission to remove the leadership PAC designation once a legislator leaves office for any reason. Under current law, a candidate, we just talked about this, who wishes to participate in the Clean Election Act can't establish a PAC or serve as its treasurer, principal officer, primary fundraiser, or primary decision maker during the period of candidacy and then through the beginning of the next general election year if they win the election. Section 3 of this bill would amend that provision of the Clean Election Act to clarify that a Clean Election Act candidate, the type of PAC they're not allowed to establish would be the leadership PAC as defined in the bill. As some background additional information, as we talked about with the last bill, the term caucus PAC was created or for main statutes in the last legislature, and it's the single PAC designated by the Senate or House caucus leader of each qualified party to promote the election of nominees of that leader's party to the body of the legislature of which the leader is a member. And these caucus PACs are exempt from this definition of leadership PAC in the bill. Thus, the bill would not prohibit a caucus leader who is a Clean Election Act candidate from establishing or designated a caucus PAC. And that's true under current law. They're not prohibited from doing that either. There are some other provisions of current law that have restrictions on legislator-led PACs. So Section 1054B, which was the subject of a bill that we heard this morning, prohibits a legislator or the legislator's business from receiving compensation for services provided to a PAC if the legislature is the principal officer, treasurer, primary fundraiser, or primary decision maker for the PAC. Those PACs may, however, compensate legislators for their legislative expenses and certain travel expenses. This provision of current law, although it talks about legislators in certain leadership positions, is not amended by the bill. So the definition of leadership PAC in 1125 would not carry over and it wouldn't apply to that provision. And then the Clean Election Act provision is affected by the bill, however, but I already went over that. There is an alternative proposal in LD 1417 to define a leadership PAC as a PAC for which a legislator serves as a principal officer or treasurer. In addition, that bill would further impose additional restrictions on the leadership PACs. So it would prevent them from receiving contributions from individuals, separate segregated funds, other leadership PACs, or labor organizations in excess of the contributions that may be received by a legislative candidate. In addition, the leadership PACs could not receive contributions from business entities, party committees, other PACs, and campaign committees under that alternative proposal. In addition, LD 1417 would prohibit a leadership PAC from making contributions to a candidate or another leadership PAC in excess of the amounts that it may contribute to a candidate for the legislature, although it could make unlimited contributions to other types of non-leadership PACs. There was reference during the public hearing to comparing this definition of leadership PAC in LD 1125, as well as the definition in the competing bill LD 1417 to the federal definition. So under federal law, the term leadership PAC means, with respect to a candidate for election to federal office, a political committee that is directly or indirectly established, financed, maintained, or controlled by the candidate or the individual, but which is not an authorized committee of the candidate or individual. And what that means is it's not your own campaign committee. So the highlighted phrases there show you the portions of that definition that parallel the definition proposed by the Ethics Commission in this bill. There was a request, both of the Ethics Commission and of myself, to look for other states' definitions of leadership PAC, and it was a suggestion made to reach out to NCSL. Both of us did, and we discovered that NCSL doesn't compile information on all different states and whether they define leadership PACs and how they do. Our researcher in this office, however, I asked her to look at New England states specifically, just as an easy to cabin off area, because you have to look through all different kinds of laws to see if you can find it. And she was able to find that Connecticut and Vermont have laws governing legislative leadership PACs, but they appear, in my reading of her memo, to be very similar to the caucus PACs that are already defined in Maine law, as opposed to this idea of a PAC that's directly or indirectly maintained or established or controlled by any legislator, not just a legislator that's in leadership. There are some technical issues with this bill. First of all, if you have the bill and you can look at it, Section 2 of the bill is somewhat difficult for me to follow the way that it's currently drafted. So as I mentioned to you, the Section 2 of the bill says that when the leadership PAC registers with the Ethics Commission, it has to identify the legislator's position in the PAC. But it doesn't actually state that the Ethics Commission should then designate on its website and all of its publicly accessible information that this is indeed a leadership PAC. And yet, in the second sentence of that same provision, it says, if a legislator leaves office for any reason, then the designation has to go away. So that just seems a little bit unclear to me. And I would just suggest to you, if the intent is to require a designation in the first instance, then you should probably actually state that in the bill. And then you can then say, if the legislator leaves, you could remove the designation. As far as, I did speak to Jonathan Wayne about this over email, and he suggested that it may it may make sense to actually strike section 2 of the bill, because the Ethics Commission doesn't itself designate these PACs as leadership PACs. When I don't use this website, so if any of you have registered a PAC before, you probably have a lot more familiarity with this than I do, but it's my understanding that when you're registering a PAC, you actually self-identify as a leadership PAC if that's what you're forming. So the Ethics Commission said perhaps you could consider striking section 2 of the bill. The only other thing that section 2 affects is the former legislators. And so I did have a technical issue there too. Under the plain language of the bill's definition of a leadership PAC, a PAC that was originally directly or indirectly established by a legislator during that legislator's term of office qualifies as a leadership PAC, even if they later leave that office. And yet, under section 2 of the bill, the Ethics Commission is supposed to remove that designation when they leave office. So I think what that actually means is that the definition of leadership PAC isn't supposed to apply once the legislator leaves office, in which case I suggest you just write that right into the definition so there won't be any confusion on that point. And then another technical issue that I wanted to raise to you is, it's my understanding, and I could be completely off base, that leadership PACs are really about the influence that the legislator has with this PAC over other people's campaigns and they're running for office, and maybe also some payments of some expenses for the legislator who's in office. But it wasn't my sense from the testimony or anything else that I've read that leadership PACs really have anything to do with ballot question campaigns. But again, I could be wrong, but I just wanted to remind you that under current law, certain organizations whose campaign activities involve ballot questions are in fact considered PACs. So under the definition of leadership PAC in this bill, if any of those organizations, even though they're involving a ballot question, if they have a legislator who's directly or indirectly establishing or controlling it, they would be considered a leadership PAC, even though they're really about a ballot question campaign. So if that's your intent, that's great, leave the bill as it is. If it's not, as we will talk about when we get to LD 1485, the Ethics Commission is proposing to redefine what a ballot question committee is and what a PAC is, to make a clear distinction where PACs will only have to do with candidate campaigns and ballot question committees will only have to do with ballot question campaigns. And that would address this issue, but they're parallel bills. So you just have to think about whether you want to combine the bills, or if you passed this bill, then the types of PACs involved would be broader. And then if 1485 also passed, then it would narrow the types of PACs that are leadership PACs down to only candidate influencing PACs, as opposed to ballot question influencing PACs. I did want to point out also that the Clean Election Act prohibition is about, in current law, is about any candidate who is participating in the Clean Election Act, and it prohibits them from forming PACs during their candidacy. If you replace that prohibition, as the bill suggests, to clarify that those candidates can't form a leadership PAC, then what you are essentially doing is only applying that prohibition to incumbents, because they're the ones who are actually legislators. Any candidate who is not an incumbent would not be a legislator, so their PAC by definition wouldn't be a leadership PAC. So that's just something to consider. You can, of course, change any of the language. It just depends on what you intend. Also, if you do move forward with this bill, I might work with Director Wayne, with your permission, maybe to clean up some of the language in this provision of the Clean Election Act, because as the definitions of PAC and ballot question committee change over time, the way that it's written could probably be just tightened up a little, but that's just because the law has changed over time. I'm sure we could work together to fix that. As far as conflicting legislation, I'm not going to talk about 59 because you just voted against it. But then LD 1417, as discussed, does have an alternative definition for leadership PAC.
Thank you, Janet, for that analysis. And I think, I guess just on kind of more technical piece on that, PACs related to ballot question, and from a drafting perspective, even though they're kind of different, they do affect the same parts, maybe it would be a better thing to merge. I guess from drafting, was that kind of your recommendation so that I would catch that? Otherwise, it would be overly broad, perhaps. Then.
Well, so you could take two different approaches if you're very convinced that, you know, it's really, some of it's politics. So I don't know who's going to vote for what, and I'm not going to try and guess because honestly, it doesn't really matter to me. I just want you to have the information you need. But if everything could be all supported in one bill and you put it together in one bill, that would be nice and clean and everybody would know exactly what a leadership pack means. You could alternatively amend the definition and just exclude any kind of committee that's like that is involved with influencing ballot question campaigns as opposed to candidate campaigns. But then in 1485, if that goes forward, that extra language won't really be needed anymore. So it would need to be cleaned up later. So it's just, it depends on how you want to move forward. You can address all of these things, but I think if they move in separate pieces of legislation, which is totally fine, that will need cleanup later, but that would allow everybody to figure out what they agree with, which parts. So it's really up to you all. If you all have an agreement, I would put it all together in one bill, but there's no harm in putting it separately and then cleaning it up later, depending on what passes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think this might be an instance where we want to open both at the same time and just kind of look through and see where everybody stands and simultaneously work a couple. Representative Tuttle?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd agree on that. I think that by doing the one vehicle would be the most efficient way to do it. You know, they always say that politics and holiness are not always synonymous. And I didn't know if Director Wayne would like to maybe come in and find out how he feels after Janet's testimony. That would be appropriate, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Representative Tuttle, I've brought in Director Wayne. I think he's there. So Director, if you can hear us, welcome.
Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. My camera was covered and I was wondering why the screen was black. I'm sorry.
There you go. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to express, I'm not sure what the practical question was. I apologize. I just didn't follow it.
You're right. I think kind of we're looking at two bills and whether or not we should merge the two into one, but I think we've gotten I think we'd just like to hear some of your thoughts on the technical issues raised. I know you had suggested potentially striking section 2.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, first of all, I really have to compliment your analyst on her ability to express all these technical things in writing and, you know, live in a way that's very clear and for identifying all these issues. It sort of depends on whether the way it works right now is when a PAC registers, they identify whether they are a leadership PAC or we use the term regular PAC for lack of a better word, or a caucus PAC. And then we review their registration and we see if there are any legislators that are involved in the named roles. And then that becomes sort of the designation of, are they a leadership PAC? And then people can go on our website and look up leadership PACs, and news media ask for who are the leadership PACs. And so they're all identified on our website. That's all done on a voluntary basis. And we are comfortable with that, you know, with that process. We think it's good for people who want to know that. It doesn't sort of require us to make a decision on who's a leadership PAC. It's just, I mean, we do it in the regular course, but it's not anything very formal. So that's the status quo and we're comfortable with that. So we don't really see the need for state statute to require us to do all that and to list them on our website that way. So that was the basis for me thinking maybe we don't need section 2. On the other hand, if you think that that is an important role, that we go through that thought process and we designate certain PACs as leadership PACs, it might, we can do that. And then if you want to see that in statute, then I think you should leave section 2 in there. And so I think our druthers would be the former, but we really want to be cooperative and helpful. And so whichever way you want to go, we're fine with.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, I think personally I could go either way, but if it's the implementations, as long as we get the intent that we know that there are leadership packs that and have that definition, then we can do other, I guess, rules around the leadership packs, since that's been an issue around a lot of people, I guess, campaigns and stuff over the years. And I guess it may not be a question for the director, but if a legislator is in a leading role in a ballot question committee and they're just spending on a BQC, it seems like that's something they're spending on a ballot question rather than on, themselves for various things. Would you recommend, or would the commission recommend considering that a leadership pack if it's a BQC, or just keeping it with the PAC definition? That was clear at all, because I just kind of rambled.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I mean, I guess we were leaning towards the view that if legislators are involved in forming a committee to influence a ballot question, that would not be a leadership pack. But that was sort of rooted in what we understood to be the history of leadership packs, which is that they're sort of a political fund created by legislators for purposes of holding office, and sometimes they get involved in candidate elections, but they're not generally involved in ballot question elections. So our thinking was no, that a committee formed to influence a ballot question would not be a leadership pack. Okay. But if it's important for LD 1417 or any other governmental purpose, we could go either way.
Okay. Yeah. And maybe Janet, you can help me with the fourth piece. Does that mean that we're not clear enough in statute that a clean election candidate, when they're an incumbent, cannot have a leadership pack? Is that?
So no, sorry. So the way that the statute is written, it talks about a candidate not establishing a PAC and then serving as like the officer, the treasurer, et cetera, and so forth. That's the way current law reads. The bill changes that and says a clean election candidate can't establish a leadership PAC. But because a leadership PAC involves a legislator, only an incumbent candidate is affected by that. If you're running and you aren't a legislator, then your PAC isn't a leadership PAC, so you can have it.
Okay, so that might be an area. Okay, so I think it sounds like I had it completely backwards then. So that might be an area that we'd want to clarify if we wanted to keep things the same way that it currently is, that if you're a clean elections candidate, you cannot have a leadership PAC as it is now. So I'm fine with that, and I think we should keep that. So maybe that's just a clarification we'd want to make if the committee's good with that. I think it's essentially keeping just the way that we've moved it to this new leadership PAC definition. We've passed a few years ago a restriction that clean election candidates couldn't have leadership PACs, and I wouldn't want to soften that up through this definition.
So I did want to say one more thing on that point. If you're thinking about, so this bill has 3 sections. It has a definition, then it has section 2, which it sounds like is maybe, depending on how you feel, maybe going to be stricken. And then it has section 3, which is amending the Clean Election Act provision. I would suggest that you leave, if you're going to vote for this bill, which I don't know if you will, that you leave leadership PAC in section 3 of the bill, but we add back all of the other existing language about being a principal officer, et cetera, so forth, if you're just a candidate who's not an incumbent. Otherwise, the reason I'm making that suggestion is otherwise the only thing you have is a definition, and the revisor's office will not allow you to define a term that doesn't appear anywhere else in the statute. So they won't let the bill go forward if it's just a definition. So okay. I would say, let me work with the director if you want to go forward with this, and we'd figure out a way to keep it in the clean election provision and affect both incumbents and non-incumbents so that you have a definition tied to something.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And between the two of you working together on the intent that we vote, I think that would be helpful. And then we can check it back on language review with everybody if that's good. Any other questions on this one? We may want to take the other one up as well and then just see if people are good to merge the two just to prevent conflicts. Okay, seeing no other questions, I guess maybe Janet, can we also kind of simultaneously take up 1485, the other department bill?
Certainly, just a second. Let me switch my head around.
Yeah, sorry. You have all the difficult technical tasks behind the scenes. Thank you, Director Wayne, for your help.
The problem is that campaign finance makes my head spin.
Same.
Possibly because I never run for election. And boy, am I glad about that now. I have all of them here, only now this is giving me a hard time.
I can see it.
But it won't let me touch it.
Oh, really?
Just a sec. There's some kind of banner that was up there that wasn't letting me select anything. Let's try that again. Okay, that's better.
That looks good. Yep.
No, sorry, this is so long again. When there are lots of different provisions, I end up writing too much. I apologize. So this bill was submitted by the Ethics Commission. It amends the laws governing registration and campaign finance reporting by political action committees and ballot question committees in a multitude of ways. So first, it amends the definitions of political action committee and ballot question committee. So under current law, you just saw this chart. I'll read through it in the last bill. But just as a brief overview, to be a PAC, you could be a separate segregated fund of a corporation or an organization like a labor organization. And you could have either a purpose of initiating or influencing a candidate campaign or a ballot question campaign. Then you'd be a PAC. If you are someone other than an individual, so some kind of entity or organization, whose major purpose is to initiate or influence a candidate or ballot question campaign, and you receive or expend more than $1,500 in a calendar year for that purpose, so either candidate or ballot question campaigns, then you're a PAC. And then finally, if you're just an organization that's not an individual, and you don't have a major purpose that has anything to do with campaigns, but you do in fact receive or make more than $5,000 in expenditures during a calendar year to influence a candidate campaign, then you're also required to register as a PAC. So you can see there's a lot about purposes here, different dollar amounts depending on whether it's your major purpose or not, and then it includes both candidate and ballot question campaigns. Under the proposal from the Ethics Commission in this bill, the PAC definition would be changed to just one type. It would be a person other than an individual that receives or makes contributions or expenditures of more than $2,500 in a calendar year, and it would only be about candidate campaigns, and there would be no question about whether the purpose or major purpose is of the non-individual organization. The bill also would amend the definition of a ballot question committee. So right now, it's a person, and that includes individuals for ballot question committees. That's not a PAC, but its major purpose is also not having anything to do with any kind of campaigns, but it receives or makes more than $5,000 in expenditures or contributions in a calendar year about a ballot question campaign. So that's a big mouthful of money, words, but basically we're looking here at this third definition of a PAC. If you don't have a major purpose of influencing campaigns, but you spend or receive more than $5,000 in a year for that purpose, if it involves a candidate, then you're a PAC under current law. If it involves a ballot question, then you're a ballot question committee under current law. So that's the reason why that looks that way. Under the Ethics Commission's proposal, it's going to mirror the PAC definition in their proposal. So it's going to be a person, but again, for ballot questions, that includes individuals. That's not a PAC, and that receives contributions or makes expenditures of more than $5,000 for the purpose of initiating or influencing a ballot question campaign. Now I'm starting to doubt myself. It is still $5,000. Just wanted to make sure. Had double checked the bill. So just so that you know, these are the general definitions. There are some exceptions to those definitions, however. So under current law, which is not affected by the bill, party committees, candidates, their campaign committees are not considered PACs. And so they're excluded from the PAC definition, but they're not excluded from the ballot question committee definition. In addition, the definitions in current law also exempt organizations that make certain limited types of expenditures. And these are considered exempt donors in the bill, and we're going to talk about those in a minute. So those exemptions are continued, but they're just slightly rewritten in the bill. But basically, if you're a party committee or a candidate, you're not going to be a PAC. And that's true in current law and the bill. So the Ethics Commission explained that the amended definitions are intended to clarify this confusing area of the law. I'm glad they thought it was confusing because that made me feel better, by placing the ballot question committee definition in the right definitions portion of the subchapter rather than separately off in some other section that you may or may not find if you're me and you're looking frantically. It would also clearly distinguish both for registrants and for the public between persons that influence candidate campaigns who are going to be PACs and persons that influence ballot question campaigns who are going to be ballot question committees. It also eliminates any reference to and thus any need for an investigation into the major purpose of these organizations. And it repeals the reference to a corporation or organization's separate segregated fund that has been established to influence a candidate or ballot question campaign, which the Ethics Commission reports has not been a category either ever used or very much used, I can't remember, in the past. The Maine Citizens for Clean Elections was concerned, however, with eliminating the major purpose category for PACs that are required to register after engaging in a smaller dollar amount of campaign-related finance activity than non-major purpose PACs. And they did note that US Supreme Court decisions have suggested that if you have a major purpose of influencing campaigns, you can be subject to more rigorous campaign finance laws, which indeed is the way the current law is structured. If your major purpose has to do with elections, then if you spend a lesser amount, then you're registered and reporting under Maine law. In addition, the Maine Citizens for Clean Elections was concerned about eliminating the separate segregated funds, which they were worried about unintended consequences, and they also noted that that would conflict with Senator Lucchini's campaign finance bill, the 1417, which we haven't gotten to yet. I did have a question, and I don't know that this is a drafting error. I just want to make sure that it's intentional. So unlike the Political Action Committee definition, the Ballot Question Committee definition, both in current law and in the bill, doesn't state that the $5,000 threshold for contributions or expenditures involving a ballot question committee is measured over the course of a calendar year, whereas the definitions for all of the PACs are dollar amounts over the course of a calendar year. I didn't know if the omission of the time frame was intentional. It may be unintended and everybody just knows it's a calendar year, or it may actually be intentional with the understanding that ballot question campaigns take more than a year. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I would note that if you do keep this in the bill, we would need to update the general definition section for the title just to fix the cross references, but that's very easily done. And then I would also point out that if you do want to go forward with LD 1417, it relies on the separate segregated fund portion of the PAC definition. So you would not want to pass both 1485 and 1417 because that would create an actual real conflict as opposed to just like an error bill type conflict. Unless you amend one of them to fix that. So the next portion of the bill involves exempt donors. So these are donors that are not going to be considered either a political action committee or a ballot question committee. So under current law, certain individuals and organizations that don't currently raise funds and that contribute only to other persons that are required to register, and those other persons that are required to submit reports under Maine's campaign finance laws, those are not considered PACs and ballot question committees. So LD 1485 combines and modifies these exceptions in a new exempt donor definition. So under the bill, if you're a person, so that includes an individual, who has not received contributions for the purposes of influencing a campaign in the prior 2 years, so you haven't been raising any money, and you've only made payments of money to influence a campaign in the prior 2 years, to someone who's a candidate, a party committee, a PAC, or a ballot question committee that's registered with the Ethics Commission. So this part of the definition is similar to current law. Those people are not required to register as PACs or ballot question committees. And as I noted with the Ethics Commission testimony below, the theory appears to be that all of your donations and spending of money is going to be reported on these entities' campaign finance reports. So you don't need yourself to register as well. Now, the bill would add a new exemption. It actually, what it's doing is limiting the exemption. So right now, if you don't raise any money and you only make donations to registered other entities, then you're completely exempt from being required to register. What the Ethics Commission is proposing is all of your contributions are money, then you don't have to register. But if what you're actually contributing are payments for goods or services with a total value of over $100,000, then they would say you do have to register. You're not going to be an exempt donor anymore. Hopefully that made sense. So as I mentioned, the Ethics Commission said that these donors aren't considered PACs and ballot question committees because their contributions are disclosed in the recipient's campaign finance reports. However, the commission noted the exception in current law includes an organization that pays its own employees or vendors for goods and services to promote or oppose a campaign, and then in turn donates those services to a PAC or a BQC, regardless of the value of the goods or services. So this new exempt donor definition would require such an organization to register if it donates goods or services in excess of $100,000 in value. The only other question I had, or drafting issue I had with this provision, is there's a section of law that's not touched in this bill that involves out-of-state PACs and ballot question committees, and it has a similar to current law exception from the registration requirement if you don't raise money and you only give money to entities that are themselves reporting under the campaign finance laws. It doesn't have this new provision though, and I just wondered if you wanted this exempt donor definition to apply to all types of PACs and ballot question committees or just the in-state ones. There's also in the bill amendments to the definition of contribution. We talked about this a little bit earlier if you were around for the language review on LD 194. So the bill amends the definition of contribution for purposes of the PAC and BQC campaign finance laws by clarifying that donations of something of value to a PAC or a BQC are contributions only if they are made for the purposes of initiating or influencing either candidate or ballot question campaigns. It also newly provides that all funds deposited into the campaign account of the PAC or the BQC are considered contributions. And this campaign account is also required in the bill. So we're going to talk about it in a minute. This amendments to the definition of contribution also combine the definitions that appear in the current law for PACs with modifications to that definition that appear in the current ballot question committee law, and it puts them all together. So it's a unified definition with all of the provisions in one place. As I mentioned, the majority committee amendment to the Foreign Nationals Bill also amends this provision of law in a way that is designed so that contributions involve both ballot question committees and political action committees. Most of the things that LD 1485 does are not involved in LD 194. So there will be a conflict if both of those bills pass, or the committee amendment to 194 and this bill passes in some form that includes this amendment to contribution definition. Depending on the order in which they pass, if LD 194 passes quickly, where it's emergency legislation, it would go into effect immediately. And then it could be that you could fix LD 1485 and adjust for what's already been enacted. But my point is it's a conflict, but we can deal with that. That's just something to keep an eye on. As far as the definition of expenditures, LD 1485 amends that definition to clarify that all payments made from the PAC or ballot question committee's campaign account are reportable as expenditures. In addition, it creates a new exception for all payments to initiate a people's veto or a direct initiative prior to the submission of an application to the Secretary of State under Section 901. And that's the section of law where the initial applicant and 5 registered voters submit the application, and that's how they get their petition forms for signature gathering. And so under the bill, anything that the ballot question committee spends before that time would not be considered an expenditure. The Ethics Commission explained that that's exactly what this new exception is designed to do, is to clarify the particular point in time at which the ballot question committee is initiating the campaign for a people's veto or direct initiative, and that particular time forward is when all the expenses have to be reported as expenditures. I would point out that under current law, where we're talking about initiating a campaign, that's defined to include the collection of signatures and related activities. So I don't see it as being conflicting to say that initiation begins with an application you submit to get the petition forms upon which you would be collecting the signatures. The bill also creates exemptions, or creates an exemption for a ballot question committee and a PAC to not have to cross-register as the other type under certain circumstances. So under current law, a person has to register within 7 days of receiving contributions or making expenditures that cause that person to meet either the PAC or the ballot question committee definition. This portion of the bill, which is in Section 2, combines the requirement for PACs and ballot question committees registration into a single provision, but then creates following exceptions for entities that would otherwise be required to register as both. So a registered PAC that receives contributions or makes expenditures of less than $10,000 for the purposes of influencing, a ballot question campaign, and then conversely, a ballot question committee that receives or expends less than $10,000 for the purposes of influencing a candidate campaign would not have to register also as the other type of committee. In addition, a registered PAC that makes expenditures to influence a ballot question campaign only in the form of monetary contributions to a registered ballot question committee, and conversely, if you're a ballot question committee and the only expenditures you make about candidates are to a registered PAC, you would not be required to cross-register regardless of the value of those expenditures. I would just point out that this monetary contributions to somebody that's already registered, if that's all you're doing, that's the same as the exempt donor provision. So that's very analogous in the bill. The next thing that the bill does is it requires these committees to create separate campaign accounts. So under current law, political action committees, but not ballot question committees, are required to deposit all their funds that are contributed to or received by them for the purpose of influencing a campaign. They have to combine them all into a single account and to finance all of their expenditures to influence the election through that account, except if you have an organization that's forming the PAC, it's allowed to pay its own employees for their campaign-related activities through its own treasury. Section 4 of the bill would repeal and replace this current law with a requirement that both PACs and ballot question committees establish the separate bank account to serve as the campaign account. And they have to put all of their contributions received for the purposes of influencing a campaign in that account. And they have to pay out all of their expenditures to influence an election through that account. The bill also authorizes the Ethics Commission to adopt rules through which this separate account requirement might be waived in situations where it might be administratively burdensome. So the drafting issues with this are whenever you adopt rules, you should specify if they're routine, technical, or major substantive. So you might want to specify that here. In addition, because this campaign account is now going to apply not just to PACs, but also to ballot question committees, all of this language about influencing a campaign, you might want to consider amending it to also include initiating a campaign, because ballot question committees are formed not just to influence the campaign, but they are also formed to actually start the ballot question process. So all the other provisions of law about ballot question committees include both initiating and influencing. So you might want to consider putting that here in the separate campaign account as well. There's also a provision about the duty to file your initial campaign finance report. So under current law, a PAC or ballot question committee has to file that report within 7 days of registration. The Ethics Commission proposes amending this law to say that if you qualify as a PAC or ballot question committee, but you didn't register, you still have to file the report within 7 days. The bill also has several provisions that are really involved or designed to unify the requirements for PACs and ballot question committees. The first one is that a unified registration requirement. So under current law, which is on pages 4 to 6 of the bill, there's detailed requirements and disclosures that a PAC has to make when it registers with the Ethics Commission. And it has to update that registration biannually or within 10 days of any change. And it requires, under current law, when a PAC registers, it's certain officers, so the treasurer, the principal officer, and any individuals primarily responsible for decision-making have to sign written acknowledgements of their responsibilities and that they understand their personal liability for the PAC's actions. By contrast, the ballot question committee current law doesn't include all of these requirements. It doesn't have as much detail. It doesn't require the written acknowledgement form. If you compare them, there's just less detail here. So the bill would repeal this provision, the entire 1056-B, which is the whole ballot question committee law, and it would instead require ballot question committees to follow the registration requirements for PACs. Because perhaps it's more detailed, however, the Ethics Commission did include a provision of this bill that would say that the Ethics Commission could adopt simplified registration procedures and forms for an individual registering as a ballot question committee. If you remember, only non-individuals can be PACs, but a ballot question committee could be an individual. And so I think that's why they only allow this simplified process for individuals as ballot question committees. It's not that they don't like PACs, it's that you can't be a PAC if you're an individual. In addition, the bill would repeal the provisions of law that are specific to a ballot question committee about the officer's duties and their liability jointly and severably with the committee for any violation of the campaign finance laws. And instead, it would allow ballot question committees to be governed by the little bit more detailed PAC provisions involving the duties and liability of officers. So everything, again, this is a unifying provision of the bill. Everything would be treated under the same statute, everything being PACs and ballot question committees. In addition, current law, which is being repealed by the bill, has for ballot question committees, so that's 1056-B, has specific record keeping requirements. So you have to keep records for 4 years, detailed accounts of the contributions made, and any vendor invoice or receipt for particular goods or services for any expenditure in excess of $50. So those are the specific requirements for ballot question committees for record keeping. The bill repeals that, and it would apply the more detailed record keeping requirements that currently apply to PACs that are on pages 8 to 9 of the bill. They're long, so I didn't repeat them here. The bill also enacts a provision similar to some of the ones I've mentioned earlier, which would allow the Ethics Commission to adopt rules that would impose simplified record keeping requirements if you're an individual who registers as a ballot question committee. Again, because this provision involves rulemaking, we would need to specify somewhere whether it's routine, technical, or major substantive rulemaking. I think we're getting close to the end. I hope so. You're probably tired of hearing me talk. So the next part of the bill talks about the campaign finance reporting requirements. So again, under current law, 1056-B, ballot question committees have to file campaign finance reports that have a somewhat short requirements provision in law. So they have to include certain itemized accounts of contributions and expenditures, and they have to talk about who they paid and how much, et cetera, and so forth. But it's really not all that detailed of requirement. The bill would repeal that requirement and instead require both ballot question committees and PACs to file the same types of campaign finance reports, and all of the current law about PACs would be applied to ballot question committees. So they would have to, all types of committees would have to identify all candidates or ballot questions that they support or oppose. They'd have to identify any political or party committees they support. They'd have to itemize all expenditures and they have to itemize all of their expenditures to initiate or influence any campaign and the candidate or ballot question that they paid. Current law also requires them to identify if they're paying a political committee, a PAC, or a party committee. But since they are actually making these expenditures to influence a candidate campaign or a ballot question campaign, the Ethics Commission said that they don't actually pay these people. So the e-filing system that currently exists doesn't actually require them to list C, D, or E. So they were, the Ethics Commission proposed just removing that part of current law. In addition, under current law, if you're a major purpose PAC, you also have to report all of your operational and other expenditures, even though they weren't made on behalf of the candidate, committee, or campaign. Because the bill gets rid of any definition of PAC or ballot question committee that has anything to do with your major purpose, the Ethics Commission proposes that all PACs and ballot question committees will be reporting their operational expenses and payments. In addition, current law requires itemized reports of the date, amount, and reason for an expenditure paid by the PAC to a named contractor and the amount then spent by that contractor on behalf of the candidate, ballot question, campaign, PAC, or party committee. The bill would keep this requirement and it would apply it equally to ballot question committees. But again, like with the provision we talked about earlier, it would get rid of this, these three categories of people that you might be spending on behalf of. And it would just talk about if the PAC or the ballot question committee paid a contractor and then the contractor further made payments on behalf of the PAC or ballot question committee, that would be what you have to report. Current law also says that if you have to report aggregated expenditures, and the Ethics Commission says that it doesn't require aggregated expenditure reporting. Instead, it just requires itemized expenditure reporting in its current e-filing system. So it proposes omitting this aggregated expenditure reporting requirement to match current practice. There's also a requirement in current law to itemize your contributions, and that would then apply to ballot question committees equally. And then also under current law, a major purpose PAC has to itemize any other contribution of greater than $50 made to the PAC. So it's a contribution that wasn't necessarily for purposes of influencing the campaign. Under the bill, all PACs and ballot question committees would have to report any funds deposited into the campaign account. So that would include any of these types of funds. So because there's no more major purpose requirement, it's just going to apply to everyone. So the Ethics Commission in its testimony explained that its goals in this provision of the bill are to establish the uniform reporting requirements for these types of committees, regardless of their major purpose, and to match the statutory language to the actual reporting requirements under the current e-filing system. If this goes forward, there are just some word choices under current law. It's not created by the bill, just that I might ask you to allow me to work with the director just to clean it up a little bit. For example, it'll use phrases like to support or defeat, which is defined as influence. So you can just replace that phrase with the defined words. It's tiny little stuff like that that doesn't change it, but that would just clean up the statute a little bit. As far as one additional technical or a couple of additional technical issues. So one current area of current law in which PACs and ballot question committees are treated differently involves the restriction on payments to legislators by PACs for which the legislature is in the leadership position. So we talked about this when we were talking about 1125. So this bill doesn't directly amend that statute, but because it modifies the definition of a PAC, the bill narrows the organizations that are subject to those payment restrictions. And that's the type of payment restriction we talked about this morning in the public hearing. I think it was Senator Maxman's bill, but I can't remember. But it was LD 1621. Anyway, because you're modifying the PAC definition in LD 1485, you're going to narrow the types of organizations that have those limitations on the types of payments that can be made to legislators. So instead of including any type of PAC under current law, it's only going to involve a committee that raises or expends more than $2,500 in a calendar year for the purposes of influencing candidate elections. It's not going to apply to any legislators PAC that's involved with ballot question committees, for example, or ballot question campaigns. In addition, the current clean election statute, which we talked about in LD 1125, prohibits clean election candidates from serving in those leadership positions for PACs that influence candidate elections during the time period of the candidacy or until the following general election year. If the candidate wins the election, there's certain provisions of that statute which talk about ballot question committees or PACs formed to influence ballot question committees, and those just would not apply if you pass 1485, because you are amending the definition of PAC to not include anything to do with the ballot question campaign. So you just don't need that language. So that might be something you want to just add as a technical amendment for uniformity. There's actually another provision when we were looking at LD 194 this morning, there's that major contributor provision of current law. That's something else that has some language which refers to a PAC that's designed for a people's veto or a direct initiative. PACs wouldn't be about ballot questions anymore. So that is another area of law that you could amend just so that everything within the campaign finance laws are uniform if 1485 is enacted. Okay. That was a mouthful. Director Wayne likes to have lengthy bills.
Yeah, thank you, Janet. I know the department bills touch on so many different sections that it makes it really, I'm sure, a time-consuming process for you to look through the entire.
I don't mind doing it. I just feel bad making you listen to it because you know more about these laws than I ever could because I don't run for election. So it seems kind of odd for me to explain it to you.
I think you know a lot more than I do about this. So maybe it would be good just kind of walk through some of the technical things with Director Wayne, and then we can see where people want to go, if that works, Director. So I guess just kind of going through the analysis under section 1.
You want me to put it back up?
Sure, yeah. I don't know if Director Wayne has a copy. So yeah, maybe best if that's good with people. Thank you, Janet. So, let's see. So Director Wayne, I think this first one is just kind of a cleanup on the time span, whether it's intended to be, or I guess if you want to have a time frame on this one. And I think you're muted, Director. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
I couldn't tell if you were talking earlier.
The way we drafted it was intentional. We did not want a time frame, is the short answer.
Okay. Great.
If you don't mind me adding, just to go up one paragraph, the Clean Elections Advocates, I think what about the dollar amount threshold, if there's an organization that is formed right now for the major purpose of influencing a candidate election, they become a PAC if they raise or spend more than $1,500. And we were recommending increasing that threshold to $2,500, which we are very comfortable with, that there could be some organizations out there spending somewhere between $1,500 and $2,500, and their activities would get, sort of disclosed other ways, but they wouldn't necessarily have to be a PAC and register and file ongoing reports. We're fine with that, but if that constructive point from the Clean Elections Advocates struck a chord with anybody, we don't mind sticking with the $1,500 threshold. I just wanted to share that. So,
okay.
Sorry to belabor that, but I just.
No, thanks. No, it's good to flag.
Okay.
I'm fine as drafted. I don't know if anybody on the committee has thoughts either way. Okay, maybe we can move down a bit. the next issue.
The next issue that I see is the conflicting legislation, and so this goes to what is this goes to the PAC part of the PAC definition, which is for any separate or segregated fund that is established by a corporation or a membership organization or a labor organization whose purpose is to initiate and influence a campaign. So that was something that in order to streamline the PAC definition, we were ready to get rid of because we find it doesn't come up that much in our guidance or in our enforcement. But it turns out that that is really critical to LD 1417. So we are fine, we sort of withdrawing our proposal to delete that just to try to avoid conflicts. We are fine if that stays in the PAC definition. That's not something that we feel strongly about.
Okay, could we, I think maybe for Janet, like, could we potentially just use 1417 and create a new SSF definition?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that may be the route to keep it like this and then just create a new definition in that other bill. I think some of the testimony kind of indicated we may want to do that anyway. Okay, so I guess scrolling down, I guess on page 3, I see a drafting issue about the exempt donor. Is that where we are? Okay. So I'm not sure if you've had a chance to read over this one.
This is an example of how your committee analyst is so skilled in issue spotting. And I have to say, that's my last compliment. I'm not sure if I fully understood the point. Our intention was that out-of-state committees would be treated, if out-of-state PACs are making donations to in-state PACs, our thought on whether they should be an exempt donor is that they would be treated like any other donor. So we weren't going to make, if there's an out-of-state PAC and all they're doing is donating to an in-state PAC, and they're not otherwise spending money to influence the main election, and they didn't receive money to influence the main election, our intention was that they would be exempt. We wouldn't be requiring those out-of-state PACs to register with us and file reports just because they were a campaign finance entity in another state. If that's the question, that was what our intention was, but I may not have fully understood that.
Okay, and is that the current practice or?
That is the current practice, yeah. So we were trying to make no change on that.
Does that help, Janet?
I think he's saying keep it the way it is, and that's good.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Okay. Great. So I guess scrolling down, we'll have to just kind of work through the conflicting stuff as we go through these, because some bills may not make it across the finish line. I guess maybe going down to 6 on, or did I miss one, Janet? Or
no.
Okay. I think for 6 on the rules, I'm fine with keeping it routine technical. I don't know where everybody else stands. If committee members are good with that, I think we typically have the commission do routine technical quite often. Do you have any preference, Director, on this, or?
That would be our preference.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
The next one is just really language.
We think that's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I guess this one again, under 10, drafting issue would be routine technical. Is that your preference here? I think I'd prefer it with you all as routine.
Yes, that would be our preference. Thank you.
Okay, it's fairly technical stuff. I guess on this one, that would be more just us. If the committee wants to move forward, we can just direct Janet to kind of work with Jonathan to just clean up generally any weird language that can happen when a statute gets kind of overhauled like this. Janet, can you summarize the first point under technical issues? I'm not sure I understand this exactly.
Okay, so you heard a bill this morning that talked about the laws that restrict PACs, which I can't explain very well, but I'm sure the director can, but the laws that restrict PACs that are legislator-led from making payments to that legislator. There are restrictions on the type of payments that can be made to that legislator or the legislator's business entities. Right now, that law applies to PACs, and PACs include an entity that's major purposes influencing a ballot question, and that raises or expends more than $1,500 for that purpose. If you adopt LD 1485, that type of committee is now a ballot question committee. So the limitations and the restrictions that apply under this 1054B under that law, they aren't going to apply to a legislator that's in charge. So basically, if you're a legislator, you establish a ballot question committee the way that this bill thinks about it, you're not going to be limited in the type of payments that ballot question committee can make towards you.
Right. So, Director, was the intention here by kind of separating out PACs and BQCs to make it so PACs are about influencing campaigns and BQCs are about influencing ballot questions? So you wouldn't be able to have a BQC that donates to candidates?
That's true.
Is that what you want? Okay.
But I think the question, Janet, if I could, I think the question Janet is raising is should those same restrictions that are meant to make sure a legislator is not using a PAC to benefiting themselves, should those same restrictions apply if there's a committee formed, like a ballot question committee, to influence a ballot question, and there's a legislator that has a leading role in that ballot question committee, should those same restrictions apply? Which is, for example, the ballot question committee couldn't compensate that legislator that leads the ballot question committee for that legislator's labor, or transfer funds to the legislator's business, those kinds of restrictions. I think that's the question, and I think that's a very good issue to bring up. And I think our suggestion, if the committee is comfortable with it, is to have those, is to add to maybe to, if this is maybe to modify 1054B so that it covers both PACs and ballot question committees. I don't know how committee members feel about that, but I don't, it kind of seems like it makes sense to apply to both types of committees.
Yeah. I mean, I missed it. I was way off on my first point, but yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense to try to mirror the two. I know our committee's really lined up and done a lot of good work, bipartisan work, to kind of tighten it up so legislators can't benefit from these types of things, pay themselves and stuff like that. So I think if people are good, we can make that kind of mirror itself, or apply 1054 to both.
So my only point with that is you have another bill that's all about rewriting 1054B. So if you know or suspect that it will go well, you could do it in that bill, and that might make sense. And then it won't matter whether 1485 passes or not, or in what form it passes or not. You would just automatically be applying the restrictions to any type of committee that the legislature forms, other than its own campaign committee. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
The other option is to import all of 1621 into 1485, which maybe is not so great because you haven't had a chance to think about that and work it yet. So
yeah, where we haven't worked that one yet, maybe it is best to kind of just leave it alone in this one and then make the change in the other vehicle.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that even though 1054B doesn't appear in this bill, it is affected by this bill.
Right.
Because PACs right now include some ballot question type committees, and it won't anymore.
Right. Yeah, so maybe we leave it here, and then whatever we do in the bigger, in that other bill, we can mirror for change in 1054B to apply to both if people are good. That may give us more time to discuss it as well. And I think it'll probably be a while before we report this out anyway. So if we do run into issues, we could reconsider it and bring it back and figure it out at that point. Does that make any sense? Am I just,
It's fine with me, but I think that's more to the committee members.
right, sure. Okay, the last point here, technical changes to the clean election statute.
I think since we're proposing to narrow the definition of what is a PAC, those are good suggestions. Those are really just sort of drafting changes to avoid language that is no longer relevant. I think those are good changes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Director, and thank you, Janet, for going through all the specifics on this very detailed bill. So I guess any thoughts generally from the committee? I mean, I tend to think this is a pretty good way to clean up the statute. We've gotten sued, I think, as Director Wayne would point out a few times, based around these two statutes with ballot questions coming in. I think the casino group sued us on this as well, some other people. So I think tightening it up may be helpful. So Janet, if you have a running tally of kind of those technical fixes, according to the director, I've kind of kept it as well, but it may be helpful for us just in case of motions in a bit.
Certainly.
Or we don't have to go through it all right now, but sorry. But
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No.
Nope, I wrote them all down.
Okay, and I guess the other question for the committee would be whether or not we want to merge the two bills. So if we did 1125, there were a couple of technical changes that we had there, which I think we kind of tossed around with the director. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend that we would merge the two bills.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in attempts to prevent conflicts, that would make it good, unless there are items that people are opposed to. And I know it's very detailed, so we can obviously come back at language review and take closer looks, but I personally tend to be pretty good. I don't know where everybody else is at on this. Right. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, I'm fine merging the bills together. I think that's a great path forward. I think we certainly agree that the technical edits from both bills are department bills. Director Wayne's fully aware of what they are. Letting Janet, he and Janet work out the details on the technical and wording issues. But I'm perfectly content merging the two together and then holding off on was it 1621, I believe, Janet, to see what other changes we may, or what other conflicts may come out of that one.
Right. Yeah. So we wouldn't make any changes to that affected section. I think it's 1054B until we deal with 1621. Right. Okay. So if there's no other discussion, is anyone ready to make a motion? I guess we'd have to pick one of the bills and and move one and kill the other.
We could always do a committee bill, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm. I think where we've got two vehicles, we'll probably be good with this if people are good. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I guess my thinking is the one that's more complicated would be the vehicle. They're both complicated, but yeah. I don't know if that's what you're thinking.
Sure, that works fine. I think 1485 is the longer one, so it's probably more germane to kind of amend that one with all the inclusive stuff.
So I would move to ought to pass as amended to LD 1485 and all the amendments we just talked about, which I'll
Second.
list in great detail in just a minute. No.
Yep. Yeah, sure. Okay,
Second.
yep. A motion of ought to pass as amended by Representative McCrate and seconded by Representative Tuttle on 1485. Any further discussion on these? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this includes all of LD 1125 moving into 1485, or are we eliminating section 2? Are we keeping section 2? I guess I'm kind of lost as to what we were doing with 1125.
And Representative McCrate, I think the intention was to drop section 2 from the discussion with Director Wayne, but was that your motion?
Yes.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, and are people generally good with that? Okay.
I just want to let you know that there's going to have to be some creativity that the director and I come up with to make sure that word or that phrase that's being defined is used somewhere.
Okay, yeah, that way the revisers don't.
Right, because it's going to be defined generally for campaign finance, but only appear in the Clean Election Act. They probably won't like that, so we're going to do what we can. I don't know where we can throw it in.
Yep. Yeah.
Couldn't do an IE or something somewhere.
And I guess we could keep the first sentence of section 2, which really doesn't do much, but it just says, if you're a legislator, make sure you disclose yourself. But it doesn't require the Ethics Commission to designate. I don't know. The only question I also have is, do you want to put in to the definition the exception for former legislators? So if the PAC was established by one of you and you decide that you're tired of listening to Janet ramble on in committee, so you're never going to run again, is your PAC still going to remain a leadership PAC, or does it no longer become a leadership PAC? Because as I read the definition, the way it's drafted, it's still a leadership PAC because it was established by a legislator.
Right. So I guess if it's established when somebody's out, then, or perhaps Director Wayne, can you kind of give us some clarity on this, on what you think would be the best, or the commission thinks would be the best way forward?
Well, we were comfortable with the idea that if a legislator has a PAC and it qualifies as a leadership PAC, but then they leave office, it would no longer be a leadership PAC. We sort of voluntarily made that change in designating PACs recently, and that's what makes sense to us. So that would be our recommendation.
Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense to me too, that it would, if you're not a legislator and you're out for a long time, I don't think you should be locked into that designation forever. Other thoughts on that? Representative Chiazzo, did you ever? Sorry. Good.
I'm good.
Okay, any other questions on where we are? Thoughts? Okay, I guess seeing none, we can proceed to a vote. The motion before us is on LD 1485 and it's ought to pass as amended.
Senator Luke, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Karen.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Couple of
Representative
open
Corey,
office space, maybe
absent.
upstairs.
Representative Dalla.
Yeah, there is a
Even though my head hurts, Karen,
Office area.
it's a yes.
Representative Dalla, yes. Senator Farren,
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Eleven in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Karen. So unanimous of those present. And again, thank you, Janet and Jonathan, for helping us navigate that one. So in terms of 1125, the other bill we no longer need, is there a motion? Representative Tuttle?
Move ought not to pass, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion ought not to pass by Representative Tuttle. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, I heard a bunch of them. I think Riley, I saw the box go to you. Representative Riley. Any further discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a roll call vote, and the motion is ought not to pass.
Senator Lucchini,
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman, Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren. We'll come back to Senator Farren. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dalla.
Yes.
Representative Dalla, yes. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Ah, good time. Senator Farren, yes.
Great.
11 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. So unanimous vote of ought not to pass. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if you would grant me the discrepancy to cast my vote for LD 59 now, if possible.
Yes, yeah. Since we still have the vote sheet, and normally you could walk in and sign, you can state your vote publicly. So on LD 59, we had unanimous ought not to pass. So
my vote would be yes.
Okay.
Representative Chiazzo votes in favor of the ought not to pass motion, and he is recorded as so.
And Representative, yeah, no problem. Representative Wood, you could also cast yours if you want, but we can wait till later as well, because I know you're multi-committeeing. So.
I'll wait because I.
Okay, yeah,
my
no
head-
problem.
Thanks.
You're in 2 committees at once. It's tough. Okay. So perhaps let's move to LD 1354, I think is next on the list.
Sorry, it's giving me troubles today.
Oh boy. I think every committee was having YouTube issues this morning.
No, this is user error, but thank you for being kind.
Just covering you.
LD 1354 is a resolve to study the establishment of a system of voting by mail. It directs the Secretary of State to explore options for implementing a system of automatic voting by mail and to submit a report to the committee by January 1st of next year. It further directs the Secretary to review existing Maine laws that would be affected by the implementation of such a system when conducting the study. So the report that the Secretary must submit would have to include a comparison of automatic voting by mail in other states, including Colorado and Oregon, a recommended model for implementing automatic voting by mail that includes but isn't limited to automatically mailing ballots to voters, considering whether to prepay the return postage, and then other options for returning ballots, including drop boxes and polling places or other locations, methods to ensure voter addresses are current, including automatic voter registration, regular comparisons with state databases, and online registration updates for voters, a ballot tracking system, both for poll workers to make sure voters don't vote more than once and for voters to track their ballots, pre-canvassing, which I believe means pre-processing, to prevent delays on election day, as well as a notification process to inform voters of problems that might lead to their ballots being rejected, as well as a process for curing ballot defects, acceptance of ballots postmarked on or before election day if they're received by a specific post-election deadline, and multi-stage signature verification to confirm identity. So those are all the types of things that the model that the secretary would be directed to create would have to include or consider. The report would also have to include the estimated cost of voting by mail and proposed legislation to implement automatic voting by mail. The Secretary of State proposed an amendment, which is linked here, and it is available on the electronic committee LD file, that would strike the resolve, strike a couple of requirements in the resolve. So strike the requirement that the report include a recommended model for voting by mail, and strike the requirement that it include the cost or draft legislation to implement the model, and instead have the report include only a review and comparison of the framework used by states that have implemented vote by mail, including Oregon, Colorado, and Vermont, or another state that has municipal-based election administration, as well as an analysis of states with universal absentee ballots and vote by mail to identify legal barriers to implementation in Maine. The League of Women Voters proposed some amendments as well that would, they expressed concern about the short time frame. So by next January, submitting the report, and that such a comprehensive study might take longer than that time frame. And they also wanted the resolve to perhaps include a requirement that the Secretary of State not just propose a model for implementing voting by mail, but actually decide whether to propose a model for implementing voting by mail, whether that was a good idea. In addition, the League noted that if voting by mail is eventually implemented, they do not want to eliminate election day voter registration or the option of voters to cast their ballots in person on election day. There is a lot of information that you can find online from NCSL on voting by mail. And so there's a link here to the whole voting outside the polling place report, which talks about all of the different states that have vote by mail, as well as an additional link which will show you the different states that had voting by mail just for the November 2020 general election based on the pandemic, and those states don't ordinarily have voting by mail. So there are 5 states that do conduct all of their elections by mail, and then an additional 4 states that did that just in November 2020. Importantly, however, and the NCSL website is full of warnings about this. When you talk about all voting by mail elections, it does not mean that voters can't return their ballots in person. So all of the states that do automatically mail out ballots to voters do allow voters to return them in person or vote in person on election day. So it's not an only mail. It's all mail, but it's not only mail voting. There are some technical issues. The committee may wish to consider whether the phrase automatic voting by mail is the most appropriate way to describe this system. And part of that is maybe just me, but the whole idea that it's automatic voting by mail as opposed to the option to vote in other ways. And that's probably, I just had that idea because if you read the NCSL website and their all of their information on voting by mail, they're very worried about the way that these phrases are used and whether it suggests to people that you can't do other types of voting. I think that the reason the resolve uses the phrase automatic is because you do automatically mail out ballots to everybody by mail. So it's just an idea to think about what you want to call the system. And then the committee also may wish to consider whether the Secretary of State would be required in her report to consider imposing automatic voter registration, since that's already been enacted in Maine, and also whether the report would include something like a system for voters to track their ballots or a process for voters to fix issues with ballots that have been returned. Because if you pass LD 1363, which you may or may not do. But if you do pass that, then those systems will already exist and there won't be a need to study whether to implement them. And the fiscal impact hasn't yet been determined. And as I said, the voting outside the polling place, the excerpt from that report is attached here. And then the link here is for the additional states that had voting by mail just in 2020 due to the pandemic.
Mr. Chair, you're mute.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle. You got me.
You're taking after me, Mr. Chair.
Janet will be happy. I just complimented her and she missed it. So no.
We don't do compliments.
No, thank you for the analysis. Any questions for Janet at this time? Or any discussion generally? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I recall, was it the League of, is this the one where the League of Women Voters had done a study, I think? Was it last session or very shortly ago? And I'm not sure if, let me look in the participants. I don't know who's in there to see if that study is actually public and can be available. I don't see anything. Maybe Deb McDonough can answer that. If you're okay bringing her in. I'm not sure if that study is available or if that's public or not.
Yeah, we can ask. I think, for some reason, I think we may have seen it. We'll bring in Deborah McDonough. Hi, Deborah. Did you hear the question? Do you know if that study is out and available?
I did. And first, apologize for being in my bed. I'm recovering from surgery. So,
sorry to hear.
But I am here in my bed. Yes, that study is available, and I will have somebody send it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record, that's how we roll in Scarborough. Okay, we're dedicated.
Yeah. And thank you for coming in and testifying in speedy recovery. Representative Kinney.
Well, I was just going to also say, I came in, I was 2 days after having my gallbladder removed. I was in committee too, just hanging out on the couch, just chilling. So thanks for being here.
Mainers are tough, It's great. Senator Farron.
Well, seeing as how we're jumping on to, that's tough right there. I'm telling you, I'd be curled up in a ball, like, leave me alone. So thank you for being here and providing that. With the study being done and the analysis that went through, I don't know where everybody else is on this, but I'm going to make a motion of ought not to pass.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, a motion of ought not to pass by Senator Farron and seconded by Representative Chiazzo. Representative Tuttle.
I hate to tell another one of my stories, but you know how I am. I remember that when my freshman year, a legislator wanted to put in a report on the study of a moose population in Maine. And there was a representative from Bangor, Representative Kelleher, that got the Legislative Law Library to bring up 20 other studies, and they put them on his desk. So that's what happened to that bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I'll support the motion as well, just for a couple of reasons. I think, as we kind of indicated in our budget reports, this department is extremely, extremely strapped for staff. They had, I think, like 100 hours of overtime last year just to do their work. So I don't think adding a study now is appropriate until we get more staff there. And where this study is written, not to include any legislators or anything, this is actually something the Secretary of State could do on their own without our directive. So for those reasons, I'll support the motion as well. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought not to pass, and we'll proceed to a roll call vote. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farron.
Yes.
Senator Farron, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, Yes. Representative Riley?
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika?
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood?
Yes, and if you could come back to me on LD 59 after we're done with this, please.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney?
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington?
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey? Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph?
Yes, and also I understand this morning you voted on a bill, LD 1620. Could I submit my vote now on that?
Representative Dolph, yes.
Yep, we'll do that right after this. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
11 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Karen. So unanimous of those present. Representative Wood, did you want to cast your vote on LD 59?
Yes, I found my notes. I had the wrong number written down. That would be an ought not to pass on LD 59 for me.
So Representative Wood votes in favor of the ought not to pass motion as recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wood. And Representative Dolph, do you like to vote regarding LD 1620?
That's correct.
Yes.
So Representative Dolph votes in favor of the ought to pass as amended motion on LD 1620, correct?
Yes.
With the emergency attached, is that correct?
Yes.
That's the
Yep.
only amendment.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's
Great.
been
Thank you,
recorded.
Representative.
If I could to place my vote.
All right. Representative Harrington, you're voting on LD 1620,
Correct, and yes.
and you are voting yes in favor of the ought to pass as amended motion, which includes the emergency as recorded.
Correct.
Been recorded.
Great.
Okay. Representative Wood, I don't know if you were ready to vote on that one or not, but
I am not.
okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, whoops. Okay, so once we get those registered, we can move on to the next bill. I believe it's 1155. 1155, yep. And I think I've blown my attempt to keep it all by department. It's kind of all over the place on this one. Apologies to the agencies who are here for these.
Okay, LD 1155 is an act to require election transparency and audits from Representative Grochowski. Sections 1 and 3 of the bill direct the Secretary of State to complete the following tasks and authorize the Secretary of State to adopt routine technical rules to carry out these duties. First, to create a guide to election procedures and publicly disseminate it by December 2nd, 2021. And revise that guide annually to reflect current laws, rules, and procedures for elections in the state. To create and develop an election complaint process through which election officials or the public can report excessive wait times, non-compliance with election procedures, or other election process concerns. The Secretary of State would be directed to keep a record of and publish each complaint, as well as any action taken in response to the complaint. The Secretary of State is also directed to report to the legislature within 12 months after each general election and provide recommendations for remedying any problems identified in the state or local election process. The report would have to include the following information for the time period since the prior report: a summary of all election complaints received, a summary of all recounts conducted, including a description of any discrepancies in vote totals and the explanation for those discrepancies if available, and the number of registered voters removed from the central voter registration system and the reason for their removal. Section 4 of the bill directs the Secretary of State to study best practices involving post-election ballot audits, recounts, and the intersection of audits with recounts. And the Secretary of State must design and conduct a pilot post-election audit following the November 2022 general election based on statistical principles designed to limit the risk that certified election returns may produce an incorrect outcome. In conducting the audit, the Secretary of State is allowed to consult with state and municipal officials that govern elections, as well as election security advocates and other relevant experts. And then the Secretary must submit a report of that pilot audit with recommended legislation, if any, to this committee by February 1st, 2023. In response, the committee may report out a bill to the first regular session of the 131st legislature. Finally, the bill also repeals a resolve enacted in the 129th legislature, which is attached to the bill analysis and which requires the Secretary of State to conduct a study of best practices involving post-election audits and submit a report by December 6, 2023. So that's a later date, but it doesn't require the pilot project. In the public hearing testimony, the Secretary of State indicated that although she was in favor of the bill, additional staff would be necessary to design and conduct post-election audits. The Maine Town and City Clerks Association had concerns about the complaint process in the bill because they believed it's more effective and efficient for election complaints to be handled at the municipal level rather than at the state level. Although they did acknowledge in their testimony the benefits of having the Secretary of State's office prepare a summary of serious complaints after each election. The Maine Municipal Association also had concerns about the complaint process, specifically who would define whether some wait time was excessive, how would the Secretary of State's office respond to complaints, and will the response differ for repeated complaints? And what happens if the complaint is unfounded? Would the Secretary of State be required to inform the complainant? During the public hearing, Representative Corey proposed amending Section 4 of the bill to, instead of having a pilot project for post-election audits, to instead actually require affirmatively post-election audits moving forward sort of on a regular basis. The Secretary of State also proposed amending the bill's requirements about the guide for election procedures, instead of requiring it to be annually produced, to specify that it would be produced in February of election years only. Regarding the complaint process in the bill, the Secretary of State in her testimony suggested either developing a true administrative complaint process through which her staff would be granted authority to conduct investigations and perhaps resolve any complaints through administrative hearing process, or if not, to develop that full process to instead clarify in the bill that the Secretary must collect and compile data regarding complaints reported to the Elections Division and use that information to improve the election process, but to be clear that the election staff in her office is not required to conduct investigations or take specific actions in response to the complaints. As far as the election reports that are required by the bill, the Secretary of State proposed amending that provision to specify that the first election report is due after the November 2022 election, because as written, the bill says that the report is due by December of the year following the general election. So that would be December of this year following the November 2020 election without the amendment. Representative Grochowski also submitted a proposed amendment yesterday that was mailed to you, and it is posted on the electronic committee LD file. I could actually just show you the amendment instead of trying to describe it, because I tried to mark it up today. So it would in fact change the date for providing the guide to election procedures to February 1st of each election year rather than annually. Her amendment also changes the election complaint process in the bill to instead requiring the Secretary of State to collect and log concerns raised by the public about the conduct of the election. And then it should include a description of any action taken to address the concerns. And also the proposed amendment would require the Secretary of State to advertise to the public how they can report their concerns to her office. And that advertising should be both in the guide for the election procedures required here, February of every election year, and also posted at all voting places. This proposed amendment from the sponsor would also include the change to the election report to be clear that it isn't required until 2023 following the 2022 election. It wouldn't be required this fall, for example, or this winter. I guess December is winter. Also, that report is changed. So instead of a summary of election complaints, it would talk about the logged concerns from the public under the other part of this amendment. It would replace the requirement to report the number of voters removed from the central voter registration system with instead a requirement to include in the report a list of any other election related studies or reports since the last biennial election report. And then also it would include newly, that's not part of the bill, a summary of any audits conducted for that most recent election. And then the bill would also, instead of just having a pilot project, it would also affirmatively create a new section of law that would require, beginning in 2026, the Secretary of State to conduct post-election audits. But beginning in 2024, the Secretary of State would be allowed to conduct those audits. They would not be required until 2026. It provides some detail about the audits, that they have to be designed to limit the risk of an incorrect outcome through well-supported statistical principles. The risk limit would have to be determined by the Secretary of State in advance of each election. I'm going to explain to you what that risk limit is because NCSL explained it to me in just a minute. It would require auditors to visually examine each original paper ballot that is selected to be part of the audit. The audit has to include a review of the chain of custody documentation and a review of additional documents and procedures as identified by the Secretary. It would require that the contests and the processes to be audited would be selected by the Secretary of State. And that it would say that all contested races are eligible for the selection, but then the Secretary of State's office would select the actual races that are going to be audited. And it would provide that the audit would be a public proceeding with members of the press and the general public allowed to attend, although the space may be limited, require public notice in advance of the audit. And the proposed amendment from the sponsor does keep the pilot provision in section 4 as a pilot project that's used to help prepare for this regular audits that would be conducted in the future. And it would keep the requirement for a February 2023 report based on a pilot study, a pilot post-election audit of the 2022 election. So I try to highlight that just to make it a little clearer what was different. If you do want information on audits, traditional types of audits, NCSL reports that as of October of 2019, 34 states in the District of Columbia require post-election audits, traditionally conducted by hand counting a portion of paper ballots and comparing the results to the results produced by the electronic voting machine. There are variations on that process, which might have, for example, a tiered system with a different percentage of ballots examined depending on the margin of victory, or instead of hand counting, using a second electronic voting machine to double check the results of the first machine. In addition, as of February 2020, 4 of those 34 states afford counties the option to run a risk limiting audit, and an additional 4 states that aren't part of those 34 are required to conduct risk limiting post-election audits, either currently or they will be required to by 2022. 2 other states conducted pilot risk limiting audits in 2020. So if you're not familiar with that term, a risk limiting audit employs statistical techniques designed to limit the risk of certifying an incorrect election outcome. I will note that that is the language used in the pilot project provision of the bill and in the proposed amendment as far as an actual audit requirement moving forward. Risk limiting audits begin by the establishment of an acceptable risk limit, which would be the largest chance that an incorrect declared tabulation of votes will fail to be corrected by the audit. For example, if the risk limit is set at 5%, then there would be a 95% chance that the audit will correct an incorrect outcome. Once you set that risk limit and you look at the margin of victory in a particular race, those two numbers can be used to determine the number of ballots that must be audited. So using statistical principles, which I could not possibly explain to you, but those are the ways that risk limiting audits are conducted. If discrepancies are observed when they examine that number of ballots, however, the risk limiting audit does provide for the number of ballots to be reviewed to increase so that you can keep assessing whether the outcome that was reported is in fact the outcome of the election. So the audit ends either with strong evidence that the reported outcome is correct, or if you don't have that evidence, then the audit would end with a full hand recount of the ballots. So that's the way risk limiting audits generally work. If you want more information, there's a ton of information. It's been uploaded onto the electronic LD file for this bill. And also it's available if you want to look at the actual NCSL links because they're formatted a little differently. They're provided here as well. There was a request for the Secretary of State to provide information on anticipated costs associated with conducting a pilot post-election audit. As far as technical issues, I would say that the pilot project provision says that the joint standing committee that receives the report can report out legislation to the first regular session. Given some experience in the past with sessions ending abruptly and quickly sooner than people anticipated, it's been our experience in this office that it may be better to say that a committee can report out legislation to any session of the legislature. That way, if you have to adjourn for whatever reason, the committee hasn't lost its authority to report out a bill. It's not fatal if you do, but it's just a suggestion. And then this part of the bill analysis was written before I saw the sponsors' proposed amendment, but Representative Corey had proposed affirmatively requiring audits rather than just having them be piloted through the bill. And so I had compiled a list of questions that NCSL suggested should be considered when you decide to move forward with statutory post-election audit requirements. A lot of these are addressed in the sponsors' amendment. It includes like what type of audit, would it be traditional or risk limits? If it is a risk limiting audit, who establishes the risk limit? In the sponsor's proposal, that would be the Secretary of State. When must the audits be conducted? And what are the goals? Is it to ensure the accuracy of the results, or is it to instead improve the election process going forward? If it's to improve the accuracy of the results, then you want the audit to occur right away. If it's to ensure the integrity of the process moving forward, then you might have more time, for example, to conduct the audit. My understanding of the sponsor's proposed amendment is those other details are the types of things that would be worked out by the Secretary of State as she establishes procedures, or he could be in the future, establishes the procedures for conducting those audits. And we don't yet have the fiscal impact. The only other thing is this is just the resolve that's currently in law that's repealed in the bill.
Thank you, Janet. So this resolve, that was passed last session, and is that right? And it was to come back in the 131st? I'm just reading it.
Yes.
Okay.
It was passed in 2019.
Okay, thank you. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Janet, and I may have missed this already, and I think that you said only the Secretary of State can initiate the audits or can decide to do the audits. Can somebody else request an audit, like a candidate or a clerk or somebody else?
Well, if you're talking about the bill as it's currently written, which you may not be, I realize, the way the bill is currently written, there aren't any audits required other than the pilot project, and then there would be future legislation to work that out. Under the sponsor's proposed amendment, it provides that contests and processes to be audited shall be selected in accordance with procedures established by the Secretary of State. So I probably misspoke when I said that the Secretary of State would decide. What I should have said is the Secretary of State would decide the procedures. I suppose it's possible that those procedures could be that a contestant could request it. I don't know.
And was the trigger for an audit was that you said the 595% rule? That's just to determine what type of audit to do, right? It wouldn't be like everything that has a very tight margin would automatically go to audit, right?
So I think those are part of the procedures that the Secretary of State would establish to decide. That 95% wasn't a rule, it was just an example, so you know what risk limit means.
Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Chair, if we could, could we bring in the secretary if she's available?
Yes, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It'd be a great idea. Welcome, Secretary Bellows.
Welcome. I have two computers going today because I'm in two committees. So.
Yeah, a lot of us are in that position. It's really confusing. Representative Chiazzo, did you have a question for the secretary?
Yeah, a couple of questions. So the first question was, Secretary Bellows, I know this seems to give your department a lot of discretion as to when to do this, and I'm perfectly okay with that. I'm just curious to know, how you might approach when to initiate an audit, whether if it's your discretion, would you wait for somebody to ask? Would you look at statistically? How might you go about deciding when to do those and what types of races, right? Would you go down to local, or would you keep it to state races or federal races, or what were your thoughts around how to approach those?
Right. So our thinking, and I can't speak for the sponsor, although I will say that this is a bill that 4 years ago I brought to this committee with the League of Women Voters. So I've been involved in these conversations for a long time. First and foremost, I think it's important that the Secretary of State maintain the authority to decide when and how to do an audit. A concern that I have is that there are some politically motivated requests for audits that are not actually audits happening around the country that are potentially damaging the security of the ballots and even the integrity of the tabulators and machines used in the conduct of elections. So I think it's really important that the audit process be a process conducted by the state under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of State as the Chief Elections Officer, who is tasked with fulfilling and upholding state and federal law, including the 1960 Voting Rights Act, which governs control and preservation of the original ballots and elections equipment. Second, I think that what we want to see is an annual audit conducted after every major state and federal election. I think as a best practice, the goal of an audit is to continually improve the election process and to strengthen public confidence in the validity of their results. Now, Maine has a wonderful track record under the extraordinary leadership of Deputy Flynn now for over 2 decades. We do enjoy in our state great public confidence in our election results. And state law does have automatic triggers for recounts, and you can specific procedures for candidates to request recounts in close elections. So that would be maintained, those recount provisions that are existing and that are tried and true. There are some questions that are not answered in this bill because we have to develop the process before we can be specific about what it looks like. And I think that's very important. As part of maintaining public confidence and also having the most objective, fair, and neutral process possible, I think it's important not to place in statute requirements that then turn out to be impossible to meet. Maine is unique from some states in that we have a constitutional deadline for certification of our elections, for example. So one of the questions we discussed with advocates is the timing of the audit. The goal is to do it prior to certification, but we want to be able to pilot this to see how it works before requiring us to do the audit prior to certification, because the worst case scenario would be that we failed to certify an election result and then failed to seat a legislature and then had a constitutional crisis because we hadn't carefully researched and developed the procedures for an election security measure. So that's a very long-winded answer to your question, and happy to provide additional detail. But we think it's important to do it well and to do it methodically and really carefully, and then come back to the legislature with further suggestions for statutory additions.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
And just one other question. I know the bill was very prescriptive in terms of when to do certain things and certain functions. Would there be any challenges for, I mean, obviously during major election cycles, your election staff are extremely busy and you're pulling in from other people. Are there any concerns with the timing of those requirements? Would it be better just to kind of leave that open in terms of saying within a time frame, or are you comfortable with the way it's laid out of on election year, this will happen, on odd years, this will happen?
We worked through with the sponsor and the advocates the timelines involved in the amendment, and we are comfortable with the timelines in the amendment and the directives in the amendment. So that would be our preference should the committee move forward, would be the amendment provided by the sponsor yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bellows, I was going to ask you for your feedback on the amendment, but you've just provided that. So thank you. And I was also going to ask you about, I think it was number 1 of your answer to Representative Piazza's question. I wanted to hear the reassurance that this is about not reinforcing any false narratives or undermining the tabulation strategies, which you also addressed. So I really appreciate that. I think my concern has been that it could be interpreted as there's something wrong and we have to fix it, but that isn't the case. Is that fair to say?
That's exactly right. So I think what's unfortunate is that there is researchers and election law experts have developed the proposal of a risk limit audit to demonstrate that there are ways to even increase public confidence in our elections by taking a second look at the election results and how it was conducted. And unfortunately, we're in a situation in this particular moment where and I'll just be candid, what's happening in Arizona, for example, is not an audit. An organization that is not in any way associated with the Secretary of State in Arizona or the elections officials in Arizona now is actually, they have potentially damaged the integrity of the ballots because they've accessed the ballots without proper security protocols, which is in direct violation of the Voting Rights Act of 1960. And potentially by taking control of the tabulators and elections equipment may have rendered that unusable for the future because, again, the chain of custody and security measures have been disrupted. So I think it is important. This bill does something very different. This bill is directing the Department of Secretary of State to develop a state-authorized procedure that is neutral, independent, and nonpartisan, and grounded in research moving forward. And we think the pilot component is important because we don't know what this looks like, particularly Colorado and Rhode Island have some best practices. Colorado is a county administered state where elections are administered at the county level. Rhode Island is conducting post-election audits, but they are much smaller population size and have fewer municipalities. So we're going to need to pilot this before we can move forward with the official post-election audits, but we think that this is an important endeavor. It will require staffing. In our testimony, we suggested 5 staff, and we have had some internal meetings, and we do think that adequate staffing is a key component because, again, the audit staff should be independent from the staff who conduct the elections. There's still supervisory authority, but of the deputy secretary and the secretary, but the development of procedures and the conduct of the audit itself needs to be a separate division from those folks who are doing the direct work to work with the municipalities to administer the election.
I was going to kind of follow up with that as well. So is this something where it would be likely to pick up a fiscal note for staff, or is this right?
It
Okay.
will, and we want to be really candid about this.
Yeah.
This isn't something that we should try to take on. Thank you for mentioning the overtime in a prior discussion. It's not just 100 hours; it was 73 weeks, so 73 times 40. We're talking
Wow.
thousands of hours, and so that is important. And there is an analogy. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles does a variety of functions, but also has an audit division that audits the municipalities who are engaged with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. And so we think a similar structure where you have an independent audit division nested within the elections division is the way to go.
Right. And that kind of, I do have some concerns because it sounds like there's a fair amount of uncertainty on how this will work given our constitutional provisions and that we're municipal. So I guess this bill, the amendment appears to mandate that we start doing this in 2026 before I guess the question is, why are we putting that in there before we pilot it necessarily to kind of work out the details? Because if we find in the pilot that we just can't do it, then we're stuck with this law that says we have to do it in a few years.
So I think originally the sponsor had suggested a pilot. I think we heard in the public hearing that there was some interest in requiring the audit to move forward. We thought through what is a reasonable timeline, and we thought that should we do pilots in 2022 and 2024, that should equip us to begin in 2026 with post-election audits if we're really serious about it. So it would give us a very aggressive timeline, but it's certainly one that we are willing and very able to meet. I want to reiterate that my office is fully supportive of post-election audits, but I want to also acknowledge that that's a reasonable concern.
Okay. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm that I think I understood you correctly. There'd be, obviously, to do the pilot, you'd be asking for 5 people to do the pilot program, not just do the pilot program and the assumption that we'd end up hiring 5 people full-time afterwards to staff it.
This would be 5 full-time staff who would do the research required to conduct a pilot, conduct training in a pilot, and then move forward with the actual audit based on that pilot experience. So this would be 5 permanent full-time staff. It would be creating an audit division in the Division of Elections.
Got it. Thank you.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't necessarily disagree with the idea of having these post-election audits. That's part of why I submitted my own bill, kind of around the same idea that we'll be dealing with a little bit later. I have some concerns you've mentioned that this would be nonpartisan staff, but I find it hard. I find it hard to swallow, knowing that the office tends to be quite partisan at times. And your position is an elected position, and it's a partisan elected position. So I do have concerns on the partisan side of this and doing an election audit. And I do worry that it wouldn't be as nonpartisan as you claim it'll be. Sorry that I don't necessarily trust, but I do have that issue myself personally.
Thank you, Representative Kinney, for your candor. I do want to clarify that our election staff is comprised of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. The election staff prides themselves on the nonpartisan administration of elections. And I think if in the same way we have legislative nonpartisan staff, you will find that our election staff refrains from public discussion of elections or endorsements or advocacy for any candidate at any side. So I do just want to defend the integrity of the election staff. There's no question, to your point, that the Secretary of State has always been a partisan position or partisan elected position. But the election staff, the division, has always been nonpartisan, and we definitely pride ourselves in recruiting from all parties and all perspectives. And I think should you come, any one of you is welcome to come for a tour and meet some of those staff, and they're happy, I'm sure, to share their backgrounds. And you might be, I'm sure, given what you just said, you would be pleasantly surprised. But I think Mainers can have a lot of confidence that that election staff does reflect Maine's community, diverse communities, and prides himself in their nonpartisanship.
Secretary Bellows, can you, I guess, speak to the election complaints section? I believe that's retained in the amendment.
It is modified because the original bill language suggested something different. So if you have a formal complaint process that where voters are requesting an investigation, then there would need to be official investigators and then a hearings division to mediate any findings or any determinations. That is not something that we currently have. This is actually a misconception. Many members of the public believe that the Secretary of State can oversee municipal elections and hold municipal officials accountable if there's an irregularity in a local election. We do not, in fact, have any investigatory or enforcement authority when it comes to municipal elections. There have been some news stories lately about alleged irregularities at the local level. That is not something that the legislature has given us the authority to oversee. So originally, with the original bill, should we be asked to investigate complaints and resolve complaints, we would need investigators and then a hearings division for mediation of those complaints. What we do resolve every election, and Deputy Secretary Flynn is really an expert in this, are the concerns that people call if a line is too long, or there seems to be a miscommunication between a warden and a clerk, or a warden and a member of the public about someone's voting rights. Those are the types of concerns that we resolve on a regular basis. And so that amended language is very clear that what we would be doing is creating a systemic log of those concerns to track all of those concerns and then produce a report of those concerns, including their resolution.
Thanks. Any other questions for the Secretary of State while we have her here? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your input, Secretary Bellows. Any further discussion? Senator Farren. Senator, I believe you're on mute.
See, we're making those rounds. We're all getting that today.
Getting late.
Yeah. I understand with the mood of things are around the country. I think Maine's a little immune to some of those things, but I can see where this gained some traction. This Secretary of State mentioned this is something that she was spearheading 4 years ago as a legislator, but some things stuck out at me. Five staff when getting a whole new program and things going up, the budgetary piece. I struggle with that piece of it, seeing how we already know the workload on and what we've talked about in the kickoff of a whole new thing. There was some communication or confusion on me. I'm glad you asked about the pilot program in that piece, but I can't see myself supporting this this motion, and we'll be making I can't see myself getting on board behind this piece of legislation.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Other discussion from the committee? Representative Dolph.
Well, I was going to say exactly what Senator Farren said. 5 full-time staff, the benefits. Maybe some of this stuff can just be done on the side leading up to it. I don't know. But this is going to be a whole nother department under the Secretary of State. It's too much. Sorry.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. We're always trying to keep the costs in mind, but I think we've had a lot of discussions on this committee and in the general public about the perception of election integrity. And, you know, there's been a lot of discussion, I think, about whether elections are secure. How do we confirm that? How do we appease people's feelings that they're secure? I think this goes a long way to doing that. Not, again, I want to reiterate, not that I think that there's a problem. I think if there were problems, we would have found them. But, you know, it's like accounting practices, right? Audits just keep honest people and honest processes honest. So if an audit process can be independent and implemented and prove as yet another implementation tool that shows that our elections are in fact strong, robust, and secure, then I'm happy making that investment. I'd rather make that investment on the front end and try and alleviate some of those concerns right out of the gate, rather than have to deal with consequences afterwards of accusations, allegations, and you know, potential fallout on the back end. So this is a project I can support. It's a pilot. I like the fact that it's a pilot. We can try it. If we find that it doesn't meet the expectations that we have out in front of us, we can cancel the pilot at the end of the cycle and just say it wasn't what we thought. Everything's great, and you know, we have no concerns, or this is a problem looking for a solution looking for a problem. Excuse me. But I think we ought to at least give it a shot, and I'm happy to support it.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't support this particular mechanism for reasons I stated earlier. I do really think that I do agree with Chairman Chiasso with the idea that there is a perception that there's an issue, and to me, that perception does stem from the Secretary of State, whether it's from the entire office or just from the Secretary of State directly. And of course, the last election cycle, it was a different Secretary of State, so this isn't necessarily against the current one. But it is a partisan position. And although the office may be nonpartisan in some ways, or bipartisan or tripartisan or whatever, there is perception there. And I do think we have another bill that has a vehicle that could do something that's not as partisan as the way this one will be perceived. And so I absolutely can't, I just can't support. I'd like the idea of an audit, but not in this manner.
Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment in regards to what Representative Chiazzo just said. And the problem is with pilot programs, they don't go away. I don't know how many this is how you get it started. The pilot program, oh, this is great, and now we got to keep it. So because of that, and thinking ahead, once the pilot program is done and initiated, you'll never get rid of that department. That's my personal opinion, and thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, is anyone prepared to make a motion? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move ought to pass as amended.
Second.
So we have a motion of ought to pass as amended by Representative Chiazzo and seconded by Representative Riley. And Representative Chiazzo, is the amendment the one that was provided by the sponsor?
Yes, thank you. I would say with the sponsor's amendment, correct. And let me bear with me for a second. And I guess I would include it, and I don't have it in front of me, my apologies. If there are any technical or wording audits from Janet's analysis, but I don't recall seeing any. So
I hadn't had a chance to wordsmith as far as the way the revisor's office has rules about drafting statutes for the amendment, but I would just ask your indulgence to work with the Secretary of State's office to make sure I'm not changing the meaning, but can just fix the wording if it needs to be fixed. It may not need.
I'm content with that. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Any further discussion on this? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question about the issue you raised, Mr. Chair, about the date, about this being not a pilot anymore. Do we want to consider some way of not locking this in so that we have the pilot and then we report back in some way and then decide at that point? I don't know if there's interest in that. If not, I'm okay with it as is.
Sure. Thank you, Representative McCray. I kind of agree with your assessment that perhaps it's better to pilot this rather than, I mean, because we're saying that we need to pilot it to figure things out, but then we're also mandating it further down the road. So that would take passing a law to stop us from, not being forced to do it later before we necessarily have everything worked out, which I think is why in the previous legislature, we didn't pass this, but we just said to try to get a study so that we could figure out what it would look like and what to do. So my preference would be to probably do as you suggested, which is to start with the pilot and then go from there. Let the legislature decide based on the results rather than assume that it's going to work type of situation.
Yeah, and just to follow up, I see the secretary has something to say, but I was going to ask Representative Chiazzo if he would consider that, but it's up to the committee, obviously. Thank you.
Chairman Chiazzo.
Yeah, I'm certainly willing to amend the amendment to remove that date. I would concur. It's something that I should have got on the front end. So I think having a pilot is important to try it and see how it goes. We'll have a fiscal note attached to that with the cost to it. That'll land on the table. But I agree. I don't think we should automatically move to statute because what comes out of the pilot may not be what we expect. So.
Right. And so, Chairman, that would be like removing Section 3 where it puts in all the post-election audits officially into statute, but just allowing for the pilot. Is that?
I would be comfortable with that, but I'd like to hear from the Secretary of State first to see if that drastically changes the intent.
Sure. Yeah, Secretary Bellows.
Thank you so much. And I don't know if the analyst has a thought on this, but I wonder if you might preserve the authority to do a post-election audit in 24 and 26 so that we're not mandated to do it. But if we're setting up the staff to do the pilot, then we might want to move forward and do an actual audit. So I want to caution people that if we do a pilot, we're going to try to make that statewide and do it as if we were doing an audit. So that's just a question for you, but I did want to share, sure, we could disassemble the audit division if the legislature decided it wasn't something that you thought was useful or it didn't work. We couldn't do it pre-certification, although we're going to do our very best to make it work because we think it's important. But we do want to caution that some people, we had a conversation about what is a pilot, and someone said, well, maybe it's just a town or two. And we want people to know that what we want to try to do is a statewide post-election audit, and that would require the audit team. So perhaps preserving the authority to do the audits moving forward, again, if the committee desires.
Thanks. Yeah, and I think to that point, Janet, is there a way we could draft it to perhaps reflect that we would be giving the authority to do audits and commencing in 2024, but not mandating it? Because it's where it says commencing in 2026 that they shall do it. That's the part that gives me some concern because we don't know how this is going to shake out.
I think you have a couple of options. You can just keep that statutory provision and just make it May through 2026.
Yeah.
That seems a little odd to me, but maybe that's just me. I would probably put it all in the unallocated language below because it's only for a certain short period of time. And but I would talk to the reviser, the reviser himself to make sure what he thinks about that. It depends on if you want to require the things that are in the paragraphs then maybe keep it in statute. It just seems odd. When I read it, it seemed odd the way it was structured. I would have eliminated the first section about in 2024, that sentence that you may do the audit. I would have put that in the unallocated language. But maybe my mind is just not working correctly about that. If you're very concerned and you want the risk limit to be determined by the Secretary of State, if you want to require looking at the original paper ballots, you can put all of that in unallocated language as well. But that's something I can work out with the revisor's office of what's the absolute best way to do it. You would then want to have a repeal date on it, though, probably, so that it does go away. Which is why if you put it in unallocated language, you don't have to worry about that. I don't know if I made any sense, but those are my thoughts.
Yeah, no, it does, because it's weird to just say you may be able to do something for a limited period of time and figuring out how to draft it. Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just clarify, or somebody can clarify for me, how long this pilot program is expected to last then? Because all these dates are going around, you can put it in, you can't put it in. So if it's left as is with what Janet just said, how long will this pilot program be before?
The pilot in the amendment says that they can continue through the 2024 election cycle.
So that's like 4 years of the pilot program. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, I think it would probably hit the 2022 election as well as potentially the 2024. I think if the goal is to get the statewide elections.
Thank you.
So I guess I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
So yeah, I guess I'm comfortable. I think Janet knows the intent of what we want to do. So I'm happy with her coming back with maybe some language from the revisers, and we do that on the language review. Is that possible, Janet, or do you need us to make a decision right here and now to help guide you through that process?
The only thing I need to know is, so it's going to be a pilot in 2022. That seems pretty clear. Mm-hmm. Authority to do a post-election audits in 2024. Also 2026, I think, is what the secretary said, but that's not what I just recently heard. And then I just need to know, do you want all of these details specified of what has to be part of the audit that starts with 2024? All the details that are in the proposed amendment, or do you just want to say, based on the pilot, you can conduct post-election audits in 2024 and 2026, and leave it open-ended, because there will be a report that's coming to the legislature in 2023, and more details can be added then. They don't have to be. If you decide you don't like the audit, you can repeal the unallocated language at that point. Like, you could do whatever you wanted at that point. So it's just, I don't know exactly how many details you want and how many election cycles you want to include. So if I know that, then I can absolutely work with somebody to draft that.
And Janet, where we say that the Secretary of State may adopt routine technical rules to carry out the purposes of this section, could we just leave those provisions to rulemaking?
And for 2024 and 2026 only. So let me just show you the amendment. Maybe that will help.
Sure.
I don't think I'm making any sense.
Well, I think my question is just, instead of spelling out each letter, like each lettered section there, we can just leave it to rules. See I guess at the 2 at the bottom. But
so you would have statutory and just have this provision at top about how there is authority for the Secretary of State to conduct a statewide post-election audit, and the procedures and selection of contests and everything else would be done through rulemaking that are routine technical.
I think that works. I don't know. I was just kind of asking the question, but Chairman Chiazzo. Yeah.
I think that makes sense. I mean, I don't want to tie the secretary. We don't know what she's going to need to do the audit. So I don't want to be over prescriptive and limit not get the outcomes that we're looking for. So I think we need to determine the best rules and procedures in which to do that in. So I'm happy deferring all of that to rulemaking. And then especially with the report back, if we're going to get the report back in 2023, that's a good opportunity to analyze the results and see if we're moving in the right direction or not. If that's okay with the committee. I mean, that would be my approach. But
so then if that's just going to be for 2024 and 2026, wouldn't you be opposed to a repeal, automatic repeal, a sunset, and then that triggers our office to remind you about it? If we put in our sunset, that's just up to you.
I think from the sunset perspective, again, I think to Secretary Bellows' point, I don't want us to be in a situation where we stand up this group of people and then we miss the deadline and she's got to take them all down again, and then we got to wait for another session to build them all back up again. So as long as we can work out some kind of timing frame, so if she stands up, if the department is stood up, we don't have that potential gap of a sunset without and have to go back and do a reapproval. I don't know what that language would look like. So
that's where I'm confused then, because my understanding is the amendment is going to say you can do it in 2024 and you can do it in 2026. So if you don't put in a sunset, you still don't have authority to do it after 2026. It just sits around in the statutes.
Right.
So the only idea of a sunset is just to get rid of it if it's no longer effective. That was the only reason I said it. But whether you include it or don't, she still wouldn't have the authority after 2026.
Right. The effective, yeah, it's the same effective thing. This only lets them do it 2024 and 2026. So you might as well sunset it to take it out of statute because she won't have the authority beyond that. So either way, it's just I totally get what Janet's pointing out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be clear that it is going to end.
Yeah. Either way, the authority ends. Yeah. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just check that with the secretary to see, is that what you were intending when you talked about continue? You would have the authority to continue, or is this too restricting?
So if it's possible to give me the authority starting in 2024 and not put a limit on it, that would be fantastic. And the only other thing that I want to say is NCSL makes a really important point that there are two types of audits, right? They're the post-election audits of process. And that's what a lot of states are doing. I think the number that they used was 34. And then there are the risk limit audits that were proposed by the sponsor, which I think is really important. And so the language that was detailed in that section, and I understand, I really appreciate everyone's willingness to give me flexibility, and I think that we appreciate that. But I think it could be useful to include the specificity of risk limit audit, because that will give us some guidelines and increase clarity for the public that what we're embarking upon is something more akin to what Colorado and Rhode Island are doing, and not what the other 34 states are doing, which is just a more routine audit of procedures rather than an actual statistical risk limiting audit.
Representative
McCray. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that clear, Janet? Does that give you what you need? Because I don't want to be limiting, but I also don't want to presume that we know what the outcome of the pilot till we have the pilot.
If you agree with what the secretary said, then I think it should go with, maybe slightly wordsmithed, but the version that is proposed before you, it would just say you have the authority beginning in 2024. It would just be wordsmithed to be like, that's when it begins. It doesn't have an end date. And it would just include the risk limiting language, if that's what you agree with. So then it would be in statute, even though the pilot hasn't been done. So I think that what your concern is and what the secretary's proposal are, they're both fine and great, but I don't know that they exactly match. So I just need clarity on what you're going for.
Well, that's a good question. Well, I I would just repeat, I support this idea. I just don't want to presume that we know the outcome, but I don't want to restrict the authority. So the way you just said it, Janet, makes sense to me if that makes sense to other people, that it would give authority. It wouldn't end the authority. We'll have a report back. There can always be future legislation.
Yeah. Okay. Chairman Chiazzo, any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I mean, I think the report back is going to be key, right? And if at the end of the report back on 2023, we decide this isn't, or this committee or another, the future version of this committee decides it's not working out, you know, if we have the sunset on it, they can repeal the sunset at that point and make it continue through. I'm a little leery about, I know the intent of the Secretary of State. I'm a little leery about setting it up in perpetuity running forward and just saying we're going to get through the next couple of years and it's going to be good to go. So it's an interesting conundrum, because you got to stand this thing up, you got to set it up, and you got to give it a shot. If it works, you want it to continue. If it doesn't work, you don't want it to just be out there in statute with no action behind it. So I guess with the report back, I would be happy putting the sunset on it with a report back, and maybe that report back looks at at that point whether you want to repeal the sunset or not. Does that make sense, Janet, or is that even more confusing than before?
It makes sense if you tell me when. So the pilot is going to be report back in 2023 because it's going to have followed the 2022 election. So that's one. Yep. Then beginning 2024 election, there can be a statewide, it's going to be permissive, not mandatory, with all the risk limiting characteristics. When do you want that to end?
So I would say the 2024 and the 2026 elections, she has the authority to do that, and we sunset after the 2026. And then if the 23rd, if on 23 we need another report at the end, we can add that after to see if what the outcomes were.
Okay, so if we put a sunset, but we will also put in another reporting requirement that gives the legislature a vehicle to report out of.
Yes. Does that make sense?
Yep, I can work with her to figure out the sunset date and all that stuff later.
Okay. And
my mind can't figure that out today.
Yeah, no, and I'm throwing that out as to the committee also. If this is what we're agreeing with, I don't want to be the one making all of these. It's not my bill or my amendment. This is for the committee to get what our intent is. So if there are concerns, then I'd love to hear them.
Sure. Representative Supika.
I'm just going to try to read back or just tell you what I think I'm hearing in words that are a little bit more layman. So we're establishing a pilot program, and there's with an option to examine or to audit elections in 2022, 2024, and 2026. But we're requiring the Secretary of State to report back to the legislature in 2023, at which time we can then decide, do we like this? Does it work? Or is it creating conflicts, some of which could be constitutional conflicts or something along those lines? Am I paraphrasing what you've just, am I clear? Because that's what I'm hearing right now. So is that clear to you, Chair Chiazzo?
I think, I don't know about the unconstitutional parts of it.
Well, I thought at one point earlier, I apologize. I thought at one point earlier, there was conversation about there's certain things in our elections that there is municipal control of elections. So we don't know if this will actually completely work. Pretend I never said the word constitution. So that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, I would say the goal here is to authorize the Secretary of State to set up an audit department, a separate audit department, come up with some rules and some procedures on how to do that. Try it on the 2022 election. Okay. report back to this committee in 2023, right? Tell us how it went, and then have it be, if she still needs more time, or if they still need more time, they will have 2024, 2026 to get it to get us comfortable with that. If they can't, it will sunset in 2026. If they're good, then we can remove that sunset provision. We might even be able to do that in 2023 if we want to, if we're comfortable with what the progress that has been made to that point. But if not, the program will stop effective after the 2026 audit. Is that what we talked about, Janet? I'm looking to you again. Yeah.
And the direction is that I would work with Secretary of State's office to figure out how to write that.
Yes, please.
Well, I'll just say, it sounds like that there's, I apologize if I may have a follow-up, Chair.
Sorry, yeah, I'm always on mute.
No, and I always forget to ask. I just sort of, I feel comfortable creating a pilot program, especially where there's like a report back and a mechanism in place where we can all examine, and if we decide that this is not something that works for whatever reasons that we discover, like then we don't have to go forward with it. So it seems like there's fail safes in this, and that we're taking it cautiously. So yeah, I'm comfortable with that, and I would support it.
Thanks. Yeah, and just to be clear, I think we get a little bit ahead of ourselves when we say we can do this forever before we know if we can really implement it. So I like the recommendation of Chairman Chiazzo better than the amendment. So Representative Chiazzo's made an amendment, or made a motion about to pass as amended. The seconded by Representative Riley. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to double check one last thing. Have we done anything to change the A through F in the amendment from the sponsor? Post-election audits, A through F, is that all still as originally written? Janet, I guess.
So as I read it, all of that information will be there. It might be worded slightly differently, and I'll talk to the Secretary of State's office about taking E and putting that in rulemaking. But I think all the substance will be there. It's just going to be wordsmithed a little.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. We'll proceed to a roll call vote. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Just real quick, then I'm done.
Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
No.
Senator Farren, no. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
No.
Representative Kinney, no. Representative Harrington.
No.
Representative Harrington, no. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph.
I think it's too far out, so no.
Representative Dolph, no. 6 in favor of the motion, 4 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Karen. All right. So to move on down the list, let's see what we have here.
Mr. Chair.
Can
Yep.
I ask?
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Oh, my
We have
bad.
a minority
Sorry.
report.
I'm getting tired. Yeah, minority report.
I have a feeling most of them want to be ought not to pass. I would like to work with Janet on an ought to pass as amended using the Board of Canvassers from LD 1496. But after I hear your analysis and try to come up with that as the vehicle for doing the auditing. To me, that would be a more nonpartisan way of doing the audit. So if I could work with Janet on the actual language, and I'll let the rest of the members that voted no decide if they want to do that with me or if they want to go ought not to pass.
Okay, taking language from, looks like 1558. Okay.
No, 1496.
Oh, sorry. Yep, my bad.
Sorry. It's been a very long day.
Yeah. The screens, staring at screens. Yeah. Okay. Other members?
Ought not to pass.
Great. Great. Okay.
Representative Dawes?
Oh, you know, if there's other ways to, as Mary Ann said in her amendment, to get the same results, which is cheaper, more bipartisan, I can go along with her, with what Mary Ann voted her amendment. That makes sense. I just got along. I'm just, it's ought not to pass. But I'm with Mary Ann the way she voted because I love avenues.
So you'd want to be on the
No,
ought not, ought to pass as amended with me. With my amendment that I've got to still work on with Janet.
Yep.
Okay, and then
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
guess
but
so.
I didn't have the same vote total as Karen. Can you just remind me who voted which way?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5.
I mean, just the people. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I had voting in favor of the motion, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, McCray, Riley, Supika, and Wood.
And you have 4 against, but I didn't.
Senator Farren, Representative Kinney, Harrington, and Dawes.
Okay, I didn't hear Senator Farren vote. That's why. Thank you.
It was quick.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
And I believe Senator Farren said he was ought not to pass.
Yes, that's my understanding as
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll register those votes and we'll move on to LD 1414.
LD 1414 is an act to prohibit candidates for president or federal office from donating to state political action committees. This bill prohibits a political action committee from accepting contributions from candidates for president or federal office. So for some background information, some of it was alluded to during the public hearing, so I thought it was information you wanted to learn. So as far as federal limits on federal candidates' use of campaign funds, as the attached chart, it's attached to the bill analysis from the Federal Elections Commission demonstrates, in addition to using contributions for the candidate's own campaign expenses, federal law authorizes a federal candidate to make the following types of contributions with their campaign funds. Up to $2,000 per election to another federal candidate, to $5,000 per year to a federal PAC, which is a committee that's involving influencing elections for federal offices. And they can make unlimited contributions to national, state, or local party committees. Federal law also authorizes a federal candidate to use the candidate's campaign funds for the following additional non-campaign related purposes or non-federal campaign related purposes. So they can use their funds for the ordinary and necessary expenses as a federal office holder, to make charitable contributions per year to a federal PAC, which is a committee that's involving influencing. I don't like hearing myself. That's weird. To make donations to state and local candidates subject to the provisions of state law and for any other lawful purpose, but they can't use it for their own personal use. Because the bill sponsor talked about the proposal in the bill being to prevent a federal candidate for then donating the money in a way that would then benefit them later. I looked into the question because it was raised, like, does federal law prohibit the state from interfering in any way with these federal provisions? And specifically, the bill sponsor had suggested that the bill was designed so that you couldn't use your federally raised campaign monies to then sponsor or fund a later state campaign from the same person. So I did want to point out that federal law does allow you to use your campaign money to make donations to state and local candidates subject to the provisions of state law. So it does allow states to control that. And the FEC has explained under this statute and regulation that a federal candidate may donate excess campaign funds to a state campaign committee that will finance the same candidate's campaign for state office, provided that the donations do not violate the relevant state's campaign finance laws. And there was an example with Governor Rick Perry. In addition, a federal candidate may donate surplus campaign funds to the candidate's own future campaign for federal office. By contrast, however, federal law prohibits the federal candidate's campaign from accepting contributions, so in the reverse order, from the candidate's state campaign committee. Although federal law does say that the state campaign committee can return surplus funds to contributors and then help the federal campaign solicit those same contributors to give the money back to the federal campaign. As far as, since federal law says that state law can limit the use of federal campaign money to be used later for state campaigns, it's worth noting what the state limits are on federal candidates' contributions to state and local candidates. So under current law, individuals, state PACs, and other committees and business entities, including federal candidates and their campaign committees, have limited contributions that they can make to a state or local candidate or to the state or local candidate's campaign committee. So these existing contribution limits, which you're probably all very familiar with, which are updated by the Ethics Commission every 2 years, this is the limit that would apply right now if you don't pass this bill to the federal candidates' use of their campaign funds that they raise federally to donate directly to a candidate for their campaign. I realize the bill is about donating to a PAC, but this was all what was talked about as the purpose behind the bill, so I thought you needed the background. So although there are generally no limitations on contributions to a state political action committee, including contributions from a federal candidate or the federal candidate's campaign, if the recipient state political action committee's campaign activities within the prior year primarily promote or support the nomination or election of a candidate, or if those contributions are in any way earmarked or otherwise directed through the recipient state PAC to the candidate, then the contributions are considered contributions to the candidate and are subject to the limitations above. So right now, under federal law, and federal law contemplates this as being allowed, the candidate can use their excess federal campaign funds to donate directly to the candidate in these amounts, or to donate to a PAC. But if that PAC is really about promoting just that candidate, then these limitations will apply. There was a discussion at the public hearing that state candidates don't have the authority to use their campaign funds to donate to PACs. And that was part of the reason for the bill. So I just want to remind everybody what current law is on limiting state candidates using their campaign funds. So under current law, a state or local candidate's surplus campaign funds may be disposed of in one or more of the following ways: by returning contributions to the contributors, by donating funds to a state, county, or municipal committee of the party, by making an unrestricted gift to the state if you're a state candidate, or an unrestricted gift to the municipality if you're a municipal candidate. The candidate can instead carry forward their funds to their own future campaigns in a subsequent election. They can transfer funds to another candidate, a state or local candidate, but they're subject to the contributions just like a federal candidate would be. They have the same contribution limitations just as any individual under current law as well. You can also use it to repay loans or retire debts, for your campaign expenses, to pay expenses incurred by the candidate once elected to office, or to make donations to charitable or educational organizations. There were some constitutional concerns alluded to during the public hearing. So I've consulted a little bit with the Attorney General's office, but this language is my own. So the U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly held that the free speech clause of the First Amendment has its fullest and most urgent application to the speech uttered during a campaign for political office. Laws that limit contributions are subject to a rigorous standard of review and may be sustained only if the state demonstrates a sufficiently important interest and employs means closely drawn to avoid unnecessary abridgment of associational freedoms. So the U.S. Supreme Court has identified only one legitimate governmental interest for restricting campaign financing, and that is preventing corruption or the appearance of corruption. Specifically, the prevention of actual quid pro quo arrangements, as well as the appearance of corruption stemming from public awareness of the opportunities for abuse inherent in a regime of large individual financial contributions to particular candidates. The Supreme Court has also said, and this is a quote from them, so they say that they've made it clear that the government may not regulate contributions simply to reduce the amount of money in politics or to restrict the political participation of some in order to enhance the relative interests of others. So what does this mean? Well, if this bill is enacted and challenged in court, the state will be required to demonstrate that it was necessary to fulfill a legitimate government interest. Most likely that will mean that the state would have to demonstrate how prohibiting federal candidates from contributing to state PACs would limit quid pro quo corruption or the appearance of such corruption, and also that the approach taken in this bill is narrowly tailored to address that legitimate interest. I would point out a lot of contribution limits in current laws across the country are about contribution limits to candidates, and they're the ones that can possibly be subject to corruption. I don't know, and I don't have enough experience with PACs to know how much corruption can come from the PAC itself, but that's something for you to think about when you're considering the bill. It may be entirely possible that there's corruption if, for example, a legislator is in charge of the PAC, or the funds are sort of earmarked to go toward that legislator's campaign, but just in and of itself, being a PAC is very different to limit contributions to them than it is to limit contributions to candidates. I reached out to NCSL, and they're unaware of any other state that prohibits federal candidates from contributing to state PACs. I did have a couple of questions about whether the bill as it's currently drafted captures the sponsor's intent. So as I mentioned, the sponsor testified that the bill is intended to prevent federal candidates from donating surplus funds to state PACs in a way that might subsequently benefit the same candidate in running for state office. I would point out, as drafted, the bill is not focused solely on the federal candidate's surplus campaign funds. It would also prohibit a federal candidate as an individual themselves from donating to a state PAC. So if I decided to run for federal office, the bill clearly prohibits my campaign from donating to a state PAC, but it would also prohibit me as Janet myself from donating to a state PAC. And I wasn't sure if that was intended. It may be. I just wanted to check. And then also, this is the same issue that's come up before. If the point of the bill is to limit donations to PACs that involve influencing candidate campaigns, then it's worth noting that current law defines PACs in a way that includes influencing ballot question campaigns, but you all did just, I think it was unanimously vote in favor of changing those definitions. So that might be less of an issue than when I wrote the bill analysis, depending on the progress of that legislation. And then I did just want to note that the section of law that's being created in this bill is identical in numbering wise to the section of law being created in LD 1417, because you did ask me to point out conflicts. This is an absolutely classic type of conflict, happens all the time because the revisor's office doesn't let you draft a bill by picking the next couple of numbers down in the statute so that you can avoid creating a conflict. You have to pick the exact next number. And so conflicts like this happen all the time where several bills are enacting the exact same number. They're all enacting Section 5, for example. And that's the type of thing the reviser's report in the errors bill corrects all the time. So I'm only telling you because you asked me to. I don't actually think it's an issue.
Thank you, Janet, for that. Any questions on the analysis for Janet at this time? Or any thoughts on the bill or motions? Okay, I guess I can kick it off. I do have some concerns. There are a lot of concerns with this as drafted. As we've seen, NCSL said that this really, no other states prohibit federal candidates from contributing to PACs. And I think it's hard to demonstrate that the PAC is subject to corruption. It's easier to do it when we're talking about the direct contribution to candidates. Yeah, I think I won't be supporting this bill, I guess. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chairman, I move ought not to pass.
Okay. Motion of ought not to pass by Representative Tuttle. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative McCray. Okay, further discussion. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to reiterate what was kind of said during the analysis where the sponsor, and I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, the biggest concern we had was the idea that there is that potential for a federal candidate to turn around and run for a state office after that. We've certainly seen it here in Maine. If there was a way we could somehow word something that it would allow for that, I would be all for it, but I'm not sure, given our time frame for this, that it's possible to come up with something. And maybe it's just something for another day, and we'll keep kind of working on that going forward.
Yeah, thank you. I hadn't thought about that federal candidate coming back to a state thing. Any further questions or discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, I guess we'll proceed to a vote. The motion was ought not to pass by Representative Tuttle and seconded by Representative McCray. I guess we'll proceed to a roll call. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren. I'll come back to Senator Farren. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Topeka.
Yes.
Representative Topeka, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dollop.
Yes.
Representative Dollop, yes. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Ten in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, you're mute.
You're muted.
Thank you. I'm missing it every time, sorry. So unanimous of those present, and the absent members will have until Friday at noon to cast their votes. Okay, next up we have Representative Wood.
Excuse me, I was asked earlier if I was ready to vote on LD 1620 from this morning, and I have gone through the information and did want to give Karen my vote,
Okay.
which is ought to pass as the majority.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Wood. Okay. Next up, I believe we have LD 1417, an act regarding campaign finance reform.
Okay.
Think Jan, oh, okay, yeah.
I was just struck by how long it is. Sorry about that. So LD 1417 makes the following changes to the state's campaign finance laws. It defines a leadership political action committee as a PAC other than a caucus PAC for which a legislator serves as a principal officer or treasurer. In addition, under this bill, it limits contributions to leadership PACs in three new ways. First, an individual may not make contributions to a leadership PAC that exceed the amount that the individual may contribute to a single legislative candidate. So it's important to know that PACs right now under current law have no limitations on contributions to them. So that's why that's a new limitation. In addition, under the bill, another leadership PAC, a separate segregated fund committee, and a labor organization may make contributions to the leadership PAC that do not exceed the amount those entities can contribute to a legislative candidate. And business entities, other PACs, that would include caucus PACs, party committees, and the candidates' campaign committees may not contribute to a leadership PAC. The bill also defines some restrictions on contributions by the leadership PACs. So just as in current law, a leadership PAC may contribute up to the current law amounts $1,500 per election to gubernatorial candidate, $350 per election to a legislative candidate, $500 for a municipal candidate, and $750 per election to a county candidate. A leadership PAC also may make contributions to another leadership PAC that do not exceed the amount it may contribute to legislative candidates. And then finally, a leadership PAC may make unlimited contributions to any other person or committee. So that's the first type of political action committee that this bill newly defines. Second, with regard to separate segregated fund committees, which are already recognized in current law, the bill names them separate segregated fund committees, and it uses the definition that's in current law that we talked about a little bit earlier with regard to the Ethics Commission's bill. So it's a separate or segregated fund established by any corporation, member organization, cooperative, or labor organization, or any other organization whose purpose is to initiate or influence a candidate or referendum campaign. Under the bill, there are no restrictions on the contributions made to a separate segregated fund committee, but it does, the bill does impose the same limitations on contributions made by the separate segregated fund committee that apply to contributions by a leadership PAC. So those were these, that it can only contribute to candidates in the same amounts as individuals can, that it can contribute to leadership PACs, but only the same way it could contribute to a legislative candidate, and unlimited contributions to anyone else. The next thing that the bill does is it amends the contributions that other types of committees can make. So under current law, a political action committee, a political committee, a candidate's campaign committee, a party committee, and a business entity, they're all subject to the same candidate contribution limits as individuals. In addition, current law does not limit these committees and entities' donations to PACs or to each other. This bill repeals that current law and provides instead that business entities, which are firms, partnerships, corporations, incorporated associations, and non-labor organizations, all of those business entities may not contribute to a candidate or to a leadership PAC under the bill. In addition, other committees, so those would be your PACs, including your caucus PACs, so any kind of PAC except the leadership PACs and the separate segregated fund committees that we talked about earlier, all the other PACs, party committees, candidates committees, other committees, All of them may not make contributions to a candidate or to a leadership PAC under the bill. And then finally, for labor organizations can contribute the same amount as a leadership PAC or a separate segregated fund committee can contribute. So those are the statutory amounts in current statute for different types of candidates, depending on the office they're running for. As far as additional information, as you know, because we talked about it earlier, LD 1125 proposed a different definition for a leadership PAC. It was broader. So any PAC directly or indirectly established, maintained, or controlled by a member of the legislature. That's not a caucus PAC. And LD 1417 is just limited when the legislator is the principal officer or treasurer. As we talked about before, when you're defining leadership PACs, it's worth noting that there are two other provisions of law that talk about legislator-led PACs, and we talked about those earlier. One is the provision of law that was the subject of 1621's public hearing today about the types of payments those PACs can make to legislators. And the other one's the clean election provision we also talked about earlier today about the types of PACs that clean election candidates can form or can't form. There was a question or a request for information on other states' definitions of leadership PACs. As I said earlier, NCSL doesn't track that, but our researcher was able to look in New England and found 2 states that do define something that sounds like a leadership PAC, but if you look at the definition, it really looks more akin to the caucus PAC, where it's somebody in leadership in the legislature who has a PAC that's used to help other people run to join them in the legislature. The bill, one of the things it does, as mentioned above, is it bans corporate contributions, or at least it bans direct corporate contributions to candidates and to leadership PACs. Yep, just want to make sure I didn't ban it to anybody else. So it bans the corporate contributions to candidates and leadership PACs. According to NCSL, as of June 2019, 22 states prohibit corporations from making these direct contributions to candidates, although 21 of those states' laws expressly do not prohibit the employees or officers of the corporation from making political contributions through a PAC or from an account that is separate, a separate segregated fund from the corporate treasury account. So that's similar to the approach in this bill. The separate segregated fund can make contributions, but not the corporation itself. 5 states, by contrast, allow corporations to make unlimited contributions to candidates, and 19 states, including Maine right now, subject corporations to the same contribution limits as individuals. And then there's 4 states that have special limits that just apply to corporations, but they don't ban the contributions outright. In addition, federal law prohibits a corporation from directly making a contribution to a candidate for federal office, although it does not prohibit the employees, officers, stockholders, and family members of those earlier people of the corporation from making political contributions through the separate segregated fund established by the corporation. Again, the testimony suggested some constitutional concerns. So as I mentioned before, the First Amendment really applies in political campaigns. The Supreme Court says it has its most full and strongest application in political campaigns, and laws that limit contributions are subject to a rigorous standard of review. They have to be sustained by an important state interest, and to date, the only type of state interest that's been found is the prevention of actual or the appearance of quid pro quo corruption. And if that is what the law is attempting to prevent, it must also be narrowly tailored to just address that type of corruption and not to pull in or sweep in other types of activity. Again, the Supreme Court said you can't limit money in politics just for the sake of limiting money in politics, or to restrict the participation of some in order to enhance the relative influence of others. So as far as the part of this bill that bans contributions to candidates from party committees and PACs, if this provision is challenged in court, the state must demonstrate that it's necessary to fulfill a legitimate government interest. That is, the state must likely demonstrate how the law will limit quid pro quo corruption or the appearance of such corruption, and also that the approach is narrowly tailored to address that interest. This showing may be difficult with regard to the outright ban on party committee and caucus PAC contributions to candidates from that committee or PAC's own party. In addition, as far as the ban on direct corporate contributions, I deal with that separately because there is a 2003 case directly on point as far as the federal ban. So in Federal Election Commission versus Beaumont, the US Supreme Court upheld against a First Amendment challenge the analogous provision of federal law, concluding that it furthered the government's legitimate interest in preventing corruption or the appearance of corruption attendant to the direct use of corporate funds to finance candidate campaigns. However, legal scholars do not agree whether the US Supreme Court's subsequent decision in Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission, in that decision, they decided that the government may not prohibit corporations from using their treasury funds to make independent expenditures for electioneering communications, and the government cannot require those corporations to instead form a separate segregated fund PAC through which it finances those independent expenditures. So that was the Citizens United decision. It's about independent expenditures. It's not about contributions to candidates. But it's not clear whether the reasoning of that decision signals the potential future reversal of the Beaumont decision. Legal scholars disagree, people who study this all the time. So I do not have an opinion on whether or not that is what Citizens United signals. I just think it's worth you knowing that the fact that the Beaumont decision did come out in 2003 doesn't necessarily mean that there couldn't be a new court challenge to this provision if you were to enact it. There were some proposed amendments to the Maine Citizens for Clean Elections, proposed using the leadership PAC definition from the other bill, the Ethics Commission bill that you rolled into 1485 earlier this afternoon. They also proposed, instead of what the bill does, is the bill defines separate segregated fund committees, but it doesn't impose any kind of restrictions on who can contribute to those committees. Maine Citizens for Clean Elections thought you should limit who can contribute to those committees, and that you should prohibit all contributions to those committees from a business entity or a labor organization, except for in-kind contributions for administrative support from the parent entity. So remember, a separate segregated fund is separate and segregated funding from a parent corporation or organization or labor organization. And so Maine Citizens for Clean Elections says, yes, you should allow the parent entity to give some administrative support, but not to allow any donations of money from any type of business entity. In addition, they noted that the definition of contribution in current law allows some types of administrative support like offices, telephones, computers, and similar equipment to be that type of equipment to be lent or given to a candidate or to a political action committee, for example, without that constituting a contribution. And they suggest that that same type of exception to the contribution definition apply, but only when it's the parent entity that's providing that type of support to the separate segregated fund. In addition, they thought that you should limit the individuals' donations to separate segregated funds to $2,000 a calendar year. But they didn't, I did check with them, and they didn't say they wanted to prohibit which individuals could contribute to the separate segregated fund, just the total amount that any individual could contribute. They also proposed allowing PACs, party committees, and other committees to make contributions to candidates and leadership PACs in the same amount that they may contribute, in the same amount that leadership PACs and separate segregated committees and labor organizations can contribute to candidates under the bill, which basically means they would go back to current law where a PAC or a party committee or a caucus PAC can contribute to candidates up to the regular type of individual contributor limitations, except there's one nuance to their proposal. They do want to specify that these committees can't use funds that they received from a business entity when they're making these contributions. So they don't want sort of a flow through contribution. The Campaign Legal Center, although it didn't testify orally, did submit written testimony suggesting amending the bill to permit prohibit business entities from making contributions not only to candidates and leadership PACs, but also to all PACs, including caucus PACs and to party committees. They also proposed allowing PACs to make contributions to candidates and leadership PACs, which is the same that we just discussed. That was the proposal from the Maine Citizens for Clean Elections. And they also proposed that you consider restricting the ways in which a leadership PAC's fund may be used, including by prohibiting the use of leadership PACs for the personal gain of the legislator who established the PAC. And this particular suggestion does relate to the bill that you heard earlier today that you're going to work later, because there is a law right now that restricts legislator-led PACs payments to those legislators. Whether you define them as leadership PACs or not, that's a separate question, but there are some restrictions in current law about the way legislator PAC-led PACs may give money to the legislator themselves or their businesses. There were some technical and drafting issues with this bill. So the Ethics Commission noted that there's a provision that specifies that a leadership PAC may make unlimited contributions to any person or committee other than a candidate or another leadership PAC. They were concerned with that broad language and the fact that it may conflict with some other provisions of law, including some laws that restrict contributions to someone who's deciding whether to become a candidate. And as I mentioned, there's federal laws restricting contributions to federal candidates and federal PACs. That was a chart attached to the last bill analysis if you wanted to look at it. I would note that if you want to strike that provision or that subsection of 1056C, it may just make sense to strike all of 1056C, which is a provision that just sort of summarizes all of the leadership political action committee provisions of the bill, because subsection 1, just as I said, summarizes other provisions of the bill. So you wouldn't need just subsection 1 there. Another technical and drafting issue involving caucus PACs and unenrolled PACs. This may not matter now because I think you voted, so far it's still unanimous, right? Vote against the unenrolled PACs bill. So I'm going to skip this for now. You can make me come back to it if I misunderstood that vote earlier. As far as contributions to leadership PACs, the Ethics Commission had a concern that current law limits the aggregate amount that an individual may contribute to a single candidate in any election. Sections 4 and 5 of this bill impose that same aggregate limit on the amount that an individual, another leadership PAC, a separate segregated fund committee, or a labor organization can contribute to a leadership PAC. Those sections of the bill do not define the time period over which those aggregate contribution limits apply, however. So the Ethics Commission inquired, are they intended to apply throughout the well, I kind of put my spin on this. Are they intended to apply throughout the entire existence of the leadership PAC, or for a specific duration of time, for example, a single election or election cycle? So to just put that in different words, the idea of the bill appears to be that a leadership PAC is legislator-led, so you should have the same types of limitations on contributions to a leadership PAC that you would have on contributing to the legislator themselves. But the problem is that current contribution laws talk about contributions per election cycle, and a leadership PAC isn't running for elections. So you just need to define the time period. There is another technical issue with the bill as written, and the way that the bill is drafted, it just basically takes, if you have the bill in front of you and you can see it, it takes the provision of current law that talks about individual contribution limits to candidates, and it mirrors it again, and it makes those same statutory amounts of maximum contribution amounts apply to leadership PACs, separate segregated fund committees, or labor organizations. But by stating it in a new provision of law and setting those amounts straightforward in statute, it may make a problem because the statutory amounts that are listed for individuals to contribute have been adjusted over time due to inflation. So where the statute says that the maximum an individual can contribute to a gubernatorial candidate is $1,500. The actual current amount is $1,725. And the same holds true for the different types of candidates, except for, and there's a reason I'm pointing this out, except the statutory amount you can contribute to a municipal candidate is $500. The adjusted amount is still $500 because that was a very recently enacted statute. So if you set up a separate statute that restates all of these statutory amounts, sorry, I thought I could highlight just that column. This column, those statutory amounts are going to be the maximum amounts. They're not going to have been adjusted for inflation over time. So the way to deal with this is if you want the amounts to match, if you want the amounts that an individual can give to a candidate to match the amount that a leadership PAC, a separate segregated fund committee, and a labor organization can give to a candidate, you should probably just put all of the adjusted amounts right in statute, and then they will match each other, and then they can adjust in the future together concurrently. So the next part of the bill analysis talks about PACs to influence ballot questions. We've talked about this several times today, and whether a leadership PAC would include a PAC that influences ballot questions. So under the bill as drafted, if a legislator serves as a PAC's principal officer or treasurer, even though the organization isn't established to influence candidate campaigns, it would be considered a leadership PAC. But if LD 1485, which you just voted favorably, is enacted, then that would not be true. Then a leadership PAC would only apply if it's a committee that's organized about influencing candidate campaigns. It would no longer apply if it's a committee that's organized about influencing ballot questions, because those would no longer be considered PACs under any circumstances. They would all be ballot question committees. So it just depends on what you want. Do you want leadership PAC to include those or not? In addition, if you look at the bill as drafted, it's copying current law, but current law itself is a little bit ambiguous. So Section 5 of the bill prohibits contributions to candidates and leadership PACs from most PACs and committees, utilizing in part the language of existing law to describe those affected committees. So as written, the bill prohibits contributions to candidates and leadership PACs from a political committee and any other committee. So as I read that, a candidate's campaign committee, which is a type of committee, may not make a contribution to a candidate or to a leadership PAC under the bill. And that's totally fine with me. If it's fine with you, I just wanted to check with you if that was the intent. And then this is just about the fact that both this bill and 1414 have the same new statute, but I believe you all voted unanimously to pass on 1414, so that does not matter. And then, of course, there is the, when I talked about the competing definitions of leadership PAC, way back up here, you did enact this definition. It's going to be slightly modified to make it clear that if you're no longer serving in the legislature, your PAC is no longer a leadership PAC, but you did enact this through a different vehicle. It's difficult for me to imagine how you would have the definition of leadership PAC in one vehicle and then all of these restrictions about contributions to and from leadership PACs in a different vehicle without defining it in that other vehicle. So if you do want a definition that doesn't conflict, you may want to just adopt the same definition. And then that actually solves the problem we have with the other bill, which is why are we defining it if we don't have any kind of restrictions around it? So that's just food for thought.
Okay, thank you, Janet, for that analysis.
I hope nobody fell asleep from it.
No, it's super helpful. I guess questions for Janet, or we can just start kind of working through the analysis on some of these issues. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chair, whose bill is this?
It's my bill.
Oh, okay. Right. Could you please explain it?
Were you ready to not to pass it?
Well, no.
No, I'm just kidding.
Second. Oh, no.
Right.
Yeah, so Representative Tuttle, to answer your question, it's is trying to get at the ban on corporate contributions to candidates, similar to what's done in federal law, as well as like approximately 22 other states, just to block that appearance of kind of corruption or quid pro quo. I can never say that right. So, so I guess other questions, Senator Farron.
Yeah, so I'll just say, Mr. Chair, my couple concerns I have, and Janet addressed a little bit of that going through well, she addressed a lot, but a couple of things that pointed out to me was, you talk about banning the corporate corporations. Well, here in the state of Maine, we have a lot of small mom and pop businesses and family run businesses that are small corporations, whether they be LLCs or S corps or whatever, and they contribute. It's not the big money organizations that some people think with the corporate side of it. It's a lot of our bread and butter here in the state. And then, the point that ethics called out about a possible amendment or whatever, it doesn't address the vast amount of money that the organized labor unions donate to the campaigns as well. So it seems like it's targeted in one specific group instead of trying to look at the entire situation. And that's just, my editorial on it.
Any other questions? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would agree with Senator Farron on this. It does seem to be targeting one side and not all issues around big money being spent in elections. And I was going to say to Representative Tuttle, but technically this is now a committee bill, not anybody in particulars, but he left.
There he is. Yeah, and I'll say my goal was to keep the SSF, the separate segregated fund, to be similar to labor. So it's individuals in a labor union and individuals in a business would be able to have that same ability to donate to candidates directly and leadership PACs, whereas corporations would be separate to only to the PACs themselves. So Janet, I think where we had kind of repealed, I think, the separate segregated fund definition earlier, is this something that if the committee wanted to move forward, we could add a new definition in here, like that's similar to the federal definition?
Yep, you can do whatever you want. Yep.
Okay, thanks. I just from a drafting perspective, I was trying to think of how we would do it. And I do like that clarification point from the Citizens for Clean Elections that it is that the parent entity can give administrative support as well to the SSF, not so they can't just send money from the Treasury, but they can give that administrative support. And I guess just another drafting question. Since this created a leadership PAC definition, is this something that we should pair up with the other one or just leave it to that bill? Because it would have to be exactly right if we were going to do it without conflict from a drafting perspective.
Well, since I would be in charge of drafting both, I would just make sure they match. Okay. Then I don't think that would create a conflict. But I don't think you can rely on the other bill to define it and not define it here, because if you don't define it, you can't use the term. Well, you could use the term, but it won't mean anything.
Right. So if we define it the exact same way, then it wouldn't conflict because it hits it the same way.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Unless one's an emergency, one's not, or something like that, but then it would just eventually match.
Okay. And I guess to talk about your question on SSF, on the limit contributions to separate segregated committees. The time frame on that is, I think we want to be similar to the federal law, which is annually, so it's not in a cycle. So that's to a leadership PAC. And I'm fine to put that with the federal law if people are good, which is 5,000 per contributor. I think that just keeps us totally in line with the federal law.
I'm completely lost. Can you please explain that again?
Sorry. So it's separate. So the contribution limit to separate segregated funds, we put a limit on it annually.
From individuals?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And cap it at 5,000 per individual annually. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question would be, are we going to limit the unions as well as this separate segregated fund?
Yeah, unions would be limited on their ability. Everybody is restricted on how much they can give to candidates at the candidate contribution limit.
But as a follow-up, are we limiting the SSF as to how much they can contribute? You mentioned a $5,000 limit. Is that also in effect to the unions? 5,000?
Right, sorry. Yeah, so the limit, sorry. So the limit would be from individuals giving to the SSF at 5,000. And I think as written, the union would be, it's basically dues from people, I think. Or I mean, as like the current practice, I'm not exactly sure exactly how they operate, but.
So is the fund limited as to how much it can give to a PAC?
SSFs can give to PACs, and actually, Janet, you may have to, if you know.
Well, under the bill, a separate segregated fund, which I believe you're all agreeing can be either from a corporation or a union, they can donate to candidates. The candidate contribution limits that generally apply to them. And they also can donate to a leadership PAC, but they're limited in the amount that they could donate to the legislators candidate themselves. And otherwise, I don't see a limit on separate segregated fund donations to anybody else.
But what about the unions? What's in statute on unions and their donation amounts?
Right, okay, so in the bill treats a labor organization the same as a separate segregated fund. So it can make contributions to candidates in the same amounts that individuals can, although there's that whole adjustment for inflation thing, but I think it's intended to match. Also, the union can donate to a leadership PAC in the same amount as a legislator, and I don't see any other limitations. I'm assuming union means labor organization. If so, then it's the same as a separate segregated fund committee.
Right. The goal is to keep them totally in line for each, for those provisions.
I think the difference with Representative Kinney, if you're thinking of comparing the union to a business, is the business can't do any of that donating directly. Under the bill now, it's only going to be able to donate through the separate segregated fund committee, whereas the labor organization can set up a separate segregated fund, but it's not required to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it treats labor different than corporation, but it treats labor the same as SSF, basically.
Yes.
Okay. And maybe we can just ask a quick question of Director Wayne if he's in about this technical concern on number 1.
You want me to show it?
Director Wayne, sorry for technical difficulties we've had earlier.
No problem.
So we had the one of the technical drafting issues, I don't know if you probably can't see it if you're on your phone, but the Ethics Commission concern was that subsection 2 of the new 1056C would allow a leadership PAC to make unlimited contributions to any person or committee other than a candidate or another leadership PAC. And Janet, you may be able to describe it better than I can, but.
Oh, no, I remember the concern. Yeah.
I guess, can you clarify that concern or how it would be best resolved to not conflict with current law?
Well, I hate to monkey around with what you as the sponsor and the advocates were hoping to do here, but the problem was this sort of unqualified language. It's the very last sentence in the whole bill. It says, except as provided in 1050 blah, blah, blah sections, a leadership PAC may make unlimited contributions to any person. And so we just had some unease with the idea that it would be written into law that a leadership PAC could make unlimited contributions to any person. And we worry that if that's in law, it might already conflict with other things in the law or could conflict with things in the future. So I hesitate to propose this, but our proposal would be to actually strike that subsection. I don't think it would really have too much impact. And I think that Janet might have suggested in the analysis questioned whether we would even need section 11. I don't want to misstate that either. But if that's subsection 2 were gone, I don't know if this kind of restates other things in the bill. So if you were to get rid of subsection 2 of there, you might not need section 11 at all.
Okay, no, I appreciate your recommendations because you know the ins and outs of this law far better than I do.
So yeah, so for example, just to illustrate, like a leadership PAC, for example, under current law, cannot make contributions to a Maine Clean Election Act candidate at all. So right there's kind of a conflict between how that reads right now in the bill and what is actual law. So it worries us to have that in there because people could point to that and say, hey, I can contribute to a Maine Clean Election Act candidate from my leadership PAC, and you really can't. So that was our concern with that language.
Okay. So striking it takes care of that, or do we need to clarify that in the language?
No, I think striking it would be the best route.
Thank you. Okay, and then I guess on
Mr. Chair.
Yep, I can't tell who said that.
Senator Hickman.
Oh, Senator Hickman.
Thank you. Since I missed a lot of this, can I just, and I don't have, my computer isn't allowing me to look up cross-references. Mr. Wayne, Director Wayne suggested that we strike that subsection 2. What are the exceptions that are cross-referenced in that paragraph? If Janet could maybe tell us, or maybe Director Wayne knows just by looking, what are the exceptions that would not be covered?
If Janet doesn't mind, she's been studying this so closely, I'd rather let her.
So subsection 2 says you can make unlimited contributions to anyone except in section 1054B, and 1054B is the provision we talked about a little bit today, kind of holding it aside because it was the subject of the hearing this morning, which is the provision of law that says certain legislator-led PACs can't compensate legislators for some of their services. So there are some restrictions on legislator-led PACs. So that's 1054B, and the rest is just the provisions of this bill that limit what a leadership PAC can do. So
thank you.
So I do agree with the director that if you do want to strike subsection 2, you should probably just get rid of the whole section 11, because subsection 1 just says what the bill says, just in a different place.
Okay. And Director Wayne, in terms of contributions to leadership PACs, I think, did we clarify the time frame? Just if we go with putting that limitation to $5,000 per annually, I guess, which would be the same as the federal law on this?
Yeah, I think it helps to have that specified, and it would help us administer the law, and I think that's totally appropriate. So thank you.
Can I?
Yep.
So I don't know where you're getting the $5,000 from. That's why I'm confused by that comment.
Oh, I think the $5,000. Oh, sorry. I guess that's different on this one, but the 5,000 is the federal law on individuals giving to a
Separate segregated fund, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
So you want all the contribution restrictions to leadership PACs to be per calendar year? Is that what you said, or did you say election cycle?
Calendar year.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry. And it sounds like we kind of, on the last page of your analysis, Janet, we kind of worked on the PACs issue with ballot questions in 1485.
I believe so, yep.
Okay. And
I mean, what you basically did was say that if you establish a PAC to influence a ballot question, it's not going to be a leadership PAC under your bill. And if that's fine with you all, that's going to be the effect if both bills are passed.
okay. Great. So I think section 5 and 6, or points 5 and 6, we probably have covered also. Okay, Director Wayne, did you want to add anything else, or just?
No, thank you. I just wanted to be available in case you had any questions, but I don't have anything to add. Thank you very, very much. I realize there are two different views on what leadership PAC would be, and we appreciate your consideration. And it matters a lot now if the law were to limit contributions to leadership PACs, we just want to get that as good as possible, because there would be sort of two types of PACs. There would be regular PACs, which would have no contribution limits, and then there would be leadership PACs that would have contribution limits. And so a lot of importance is on, how is leadership PAC defined, would be, as a result of this bill. And I appreciate all the consideration earlier, and I just, I'm not waffling. I'll just be thinking through very seriously the next day as I work with Janet on our bill, and if I have any concerns, I'll let you know. But I just want to make sure it's as well written as possible. But that's all.
Great. Thank you, Director. Yeah, and I appreciate your input on this and everything. And like we typically do if people are ready to go and we vote this, then if there's anything that's flagged as issues, we can certainly take it up again in committee or on the floor. So,
thank you.
Yep. Okay. I guess any other questions or discussion on this, Janet?
I just wanted to ask about the amounts in statute. You want to match exactly the amount that an individual can contribute to candidates and the amount that a separate segregated fund, for example, or a leadership PAC can contribute to candidates. Copying the statutory amounts I don't think works because they've already been adjusted. So I didn't know if you just wanted to put all of the current amounts just in the statute and make them match.
Yeah, I think that seems to be logistically maybe the best way, and Director Wayne might be able to weigh in on this, but to get it to the adjusted amounts, we would do it by the adjusted numbers.
We're totally fine with that suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harrington.
So I'm just trying to get clarification. So a labor union would be able to donate to my campaign, but a small business would not be able to.
Yeah, technically labor union would be able to, a corporation or business would not be able to. But businesses could form a separate segregated fund from individuals rather than the business treasury.
And is it also not true that labor unions tend to donate
Sorry, I don't know if it was me or.
majority to Democrat, and small businesses tend to donate to make that one?
Sorry, Representative. I don't know if it was me or you, but I only caught a fraction of that.
So my point was, is Democrats predominantly funded through labor unions, and Republicans tend to receive a much higher percentage of donations from small businesses. So it really seems like this is a highly political bill.
I guess my point on that is this just keeps the corporate money out of it. But if members of a corporation want to pool their money together, they're treated the same way as a labor union in that way. But any corporation can still give to PACs. So we don't restrict any of the donations to PACs from corporations. Okay, any other questions or is anyone ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to pass as amended and including the technical fixes that were discussed.
Okay, a motion of ought to pass as amended by Representative Supika. Is there a second? Sorry, okay.
I'll second, yeah.
Thank you. Seconded by Representative Riley. And that was kind of going through the points, Representative Supika, that we kind of walked through with Janet. Okay. Senator Hickman.
Yeah, I wanted to respond anecdotally to Representative Harrington. Clearly, I don't have the whole panoply of campaign finance contributions across states and offices to know if that is an accurate statement. I guess it could be. But having just run a campaign, I think that if I went back and looked at my campaign finance report right now, I would say that small businesses contributed to my campaign over unions by a lot. So, and I happen to be a Democrat. I just wanted to put that into the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Yeah, I think what we see is unions giving a lot to PACs generally, but that's my understanding as well. I'm not 100%, but. Okay, any further discussion on this one?
I actually just wanted to check. There was one thing we didn't talk about.
Yep.
And that was the Citizens for Clean Elections proposal to allow the PACs to donate to candidates and leadership PACs. Did you want to add that back in or no? I just can't remember.
I don't think that was added back in.
Okay, thank you. Just I'm rewriting the amendment in clearer than my scribbles, and I want to make sure I got all the pieces.
Yeah. Okay, so are we good, Janet, for that piece?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess seeing no further discussion, I think we're probably ready to proceed to a vote. So the motion before us is ought to pass as amended. And we will vote by roll call. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell if it was yay or nay.
Yay.
Yay, my apologies.
No
Senator
problem.
Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
No.
Senator Farren, no. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
No.
Representative Kinney, no. Representative Harrington.
No.
Representative Harrington, no. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dollop.
No.
Representative Dollop, no. 8 in favor of the motion, 4 against the motion, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So 8-4, and the absent member will have until noon on Friday, I believe, to cast their vote.
Mr. Chair?
Yep. Representative Kinney, yep.
I would be ought not to pass.
Okay, thank you. Others in the minority report?
Ought not to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Ought not pass.
Gotcha. Okay, next up, I believe we have 2 bills left. So next up on the list is LD 14. 1496.
LD 1496 is an act to establish the Board of Canvassers for certifying election results. It establishes a Board of Canvassers, which consists of 4 members appointed by the governor. 2 are appointed per party from lists of individuals nominated by those parties that are holding the largest number of seats in the legislature. The board must canvass the election returns for general and special elections for the offices of U.S. President, U.S. Senator, Representative to Congress, Governor, State Senator, and it's supposed to be state representative. Clearly I was tired. The process under current law, just so that you can understand how the bill changes it. So the process under current law for canvassing election returns is that the warden of each precinct lists the number of votes cast for each candidate or question on the ballot on the election return as soon as the results of the election have been declared. The municipal clerk then prepares the municipal election return by comparing the warden's return to the tally sheets or tapes, and if necessary, totaling the results from different precincts, and then submitting an attested copy of the return to the Secretary of State within 2 business days after the election. The Secretary of State may send a courier to obtain an election return not submitted within this time. So then the Secretary of State, after receiving the municipal clerk's returns, tabulates those returns, including by conducting ranked choice voting tabulation, if applicable, for each candidate or question on the ballot. The secretary must submit a certified copy of the tabulation to the governor within 20 days of the election by statute. To the extent possible, the Secretary of State's office, I discussed and asked this with them, they also try and conduct any requested recounts within that time. So then after that 20-day certification of the results to the governor by statute, within a reasonable time after the election, the Secretary of State should prepare and the governor should sign an election certificate for each person elected to office. If the election was the subject of a recount for which a further appeal is pending, the certificate must be issued to the apparent winner of the election based on the final recount tabulation, even though it is subject to appeal. Under the Maine Constitution, the governor must examine the voting lists and summon the candidates elected to the state legislature 7 days before the first Wednesday of December. The Secretary of State must send the list of the votes of the office of governor to the legislature on the first Wednesday after the first Tuesday of January. So those are the ultimate last deadlines constitutionally. So under the bill, there are some changes to the canvassing process. So the bill amends the current statute that talks about the 20 days for the Secretary of State to certify the election results to the governor, and instead requires the Secretary of State to tabulate election returns within 10 days after a general or special election for an office that is subject to oversight by the Board of Canvassers. The Secretary submits those returns to the board, which shall meet on or before the 10th day after the election. So that's when they have to get the results by. And they may meet as often as necessary up to the 20th day after the election. The board must then canvass the election, which is defined as examining and counting the returns of vote cast submitted by the municipalities to the Secretary of State, and they prepare a statement that has to be approved by at least 3 of the 4 members of the board that certifies both the total number of votes cast for each covered office and the total number of votes cast for each candidate for each covered office in each municipality. In addition, the board may, by a vote again of at least 3 of the 4 members, order a recount of all the ballots cast or of all the ballots cast in specific municipalities for a particular office. The recount has to adhere to the requirements or some of the requirements of the existing law, excuse me, I was looking for the word current, didn't come to mind, of the current law governing recounts, which is 737-A. There were some issues and concerns raised at the public hearing by the Secretary of State. She noted that under current staffing levels, she believes it would be impossible to reduce from 20 days to 10 days the time for her office to tabulate election results received from each municipality. In addition, she indicated that because current law requires municipal clerks to submit attested election returns to the Secretary of State, but not a copy of the underlying tally sheets or tally tapes, she was not clear how the Board of Canvassers would be able to determine that the results submitted by the municipal election officials are not accurate as contemplated in the bill. She also indicated that depending on the number of recounts ordered by the Board of Canvassers, it may be difficult to complete the required recounts for legislative races within the time requested by the state, required by the state constitution. And finally, because members of the board are appointed by the governor in February of odd number years, she expressed a concern whether there would be difficulty convening a quorum when they have to perform their duties after the general election in an even number year. There are a couple of technical and drafting issues. First, I would suggest, this is really technical, changing the head note of 722 of current law as written there to say certification, I'm losing my mind. You know what I'm saying, of results to the governor. I did have a question about the deadline, if any, for the board to certify the results of the elections to the governor under Section 3 of the bill. Given that Section 4 of the bill authorizes the board to meet as often as necessary up to the 20th day after the election, I was wondering if the intent was to impose a deadline of 20 days for the board to certify its results to the governor, which would mirror the deadline for the Secretary of State to certify the results of the other elections, so the ones not covered by the board. In addition, I had a question about what happens if the board orders a recount. Does it then wait to submit its certification to the governor, or does it submit a certificate reflecting the Secretary of State's original tabulation with the understanding that that'll be changed after the recount? And I did point out that under current law, 737-A8, which, let me double check, is a provision that would apply to the board here. It does indicate that a recount may provide a result that's different from the results shown on the tabulation submitted to the governor. So that suggests that a tabulation has to be submitted even if the recount is ongoing, but that's definitely for you all to decide. I did just have a question about the initial terms of the members. In order to create staggered terms, the bill provides that 2 of the members have 4-year terms and 2 of the members have 5-year terms, but that 5-year term doesn't work out with the fact that all members are supposed to be appointed in odd numbered years. So I would just suggest to make sure it's staggered terms, I would have 2 members have 4-year terms and 2 members have 6-year terms. I think that would work a little bit better, but it's up to you. And then I had a question about member qualifications. Some of my questions come from, I examined the statute and the Constitution applying in Michigan's Board of Canvassers just to have an idea of how these work. which is where I got my question about the deadline for submitting the results, because there is a deadline in Michigan. And then also, when I read that and I compared it to the bill, I noted that the bill prohibits anyone who's ever been elected to a state or municipal governing body from serving on the board. But in some other states, there's only a prohibition on somebody who's currently serving in a state or municipal governing body from being on the board. So I just wanted to ask, just to make sure it's drafted the way it's intended. And then as far as the recount requirements, the bill directs that the recount ordered by the board has to be conducted in the same manner as provided in certain subsections of the current law governing recounts. And it also provides that the applicable rules adopted by the Secretary of State for recounts would apply as well. That raised two questions for me. First of all, although it says subsections 3 to 10 apply, the first two paragraphs, which don't have a number on them for recounts, that talk about transportation of ballots and security of ballots during the recount, I didn't know if those were intended to apply. They wouldn't technically, although they might through the rulemaking provision, but it's just something to think about. And then also the way that the current law governing recounts is written, somebody requests a recount and then certain people are considered designated recount candidates based on who made the request and how you how your votes were tallied, like whether you got more or fewer than those votes, or whether you join in the request and who pays the fee. So there's certain people who are designated recount candidates, and when the recount occurs, only those votes for those specific candidates are recounted. And it struck me that the bill really intends for everyone's votes to be recounted. So that may just need to be a technical correction made to make sure that the board does in fact recount everyone's votes, not just certain people's.
Great. Thank you, Janet. Questions from the committee or discussion on this one, LD 1496? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I had said with LD, let's see, 1155, I'd kind of like to see this go more as an audit. And I'm happy to have it just be that minority report in LD 1155, as far as sending this over and having it mirror the language that was in the ought to pass on that bill, just to have the Board of Canvassers be the venue that does the audit. So it wouldn't be that the ballots go within 10 days and then have to be certified. It would be more, I'd like this to be how the audit can occur. But on the recount portion, which didn't come through the way I had intended when I submitted the bill, and some of it, rather than try to send it back through the revisor's office, it was easier to just have it come to committee, since this is the committee I'm on. My intention with the recount part, and this might be a question that we have for the Secretary of State or the Deputy Secretary, as we discussed earlier. If I don't know if Julie Flynn is available, or if Secretary Bellows can answer, whether or not we can request a recount in a larger district, say like CD1 or CD2, to be able to pick a municipality where we think there was an issue, to possibly recount that municipality. So like say in CD1, you're concerned about how the votes were cast in Portland or in Biddeford, and be able to just recount that area, or CD2 just recount Bangor, or just recount Lewiston, and then go further if there is discrepancies when you recount a municipality, rather than try to do a full recount. Just wondering if that's something that we can do. That was a question that we kind of had, is whether or not that is something that can be done now. That was the intention, was to be able to just recount a certain section, because it looked kind of suspicious. No, possibly. Just didn't seem like it made sense that the votes were cast the way they were, for whatever reason. Because it wasn't typical. It wasn't in line with the way the rest of the ballot looked for other candidates maybe on a ballot. Secretary Bellows is really thinking hard on this one.
So either, yeah, if Secretary Bellows or Deputy Flynn have a response, kind of, if there's a, well, yeah, you heard the questions. Yep.
Well, I guess, I mean, Secretary, if you'd like me to, in handling statewide recounts, which we have done, we had asked the legislature and the legislature has amended that section so that if a candidate requests a recount, we're able to do it in stages and give the candidate an opportunity to withdraw the request if things aren't going in that direction. If you're going to sort of turn this into being a recount sort of as part of an audit, I think you might have to change that wording a little bit to make it clear that you could ask for just certain municipalities and stop there, because it is a little different than if a candidate's asking for it, or if it's a ballot question and one side is asking for it, you do give them the opportunity to withdraw and concede at any point. So I think there would need to be a little bit of wording change there, but I think it's not dissimilar to how we handle a statewide race. I don't know if that helps.
So if I may, Mr. Chair,
yep.
So you can, so say in a ballot question or in a statewide race or something where there's a lot of municipalities, can they ask to start in one municipality with the recount? So that to save time, to me, it seems like it would save time and money if we started in one municipality where they think there might be an issue or where there could be a possible change sway. And then if that sway isn't there, to be able to concede at that point, is it possible to pick which municipalities get started in the recount? I guess or is that where we need to make some minor changes?
I think we actually set that forward in our rules. I'm going to try to pop out and look at our recount rules for the statewide recounts, but I think we normally want to count a certain amount of ballots, like almost 10%. So you have a reasonable amount, but I think we do ask the proponents if they want certain ones counted. I mean, I think if we had a candidate who said, I'm really only concerned about these two towns, I think we would honor that and go get those first and then see if that's satisfied. But if they don't, then we go and we figure an amount that's a statistically significant sample size and usually pick like the top 10 municipalities for the turnout. But I can try to pull up the recount to make sure that the rules, to make sure that it's not addressed in statute specifically. I think it is addressed in the rules.
Yeah, so I guess at this point, my thought would be I'd like to be able to see if that is where it's going, and maybe we need to table to get that information from you, just to go forward. And I'd just like to see that I guess I basically want to scrap the bill and just kind of go towards the recount portion, which was not quite written the way that I had intended, and just use it in that regard. But I think I'd like to see a little more information, how it's written, and rules would be fine as long as they were going the way I was looking for it.
Right. I'm fine to give more time, and it'll give Deputy Flynn some time to not have to do it right on the fly. Though I do appreciate you both being here so late. And then we can try to just get some more information on that. Representative Tuttle.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move this item be tabled.
Okay, motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Dolph. Okay, The motion is to table. Karen, could you please call the roll? There you are.
Senator Lucchini,
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren,
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle,
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington, Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey, Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolliff, Representative Dolliff, yes. 11 voting in favor of the motion and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Karen. So that item will be tabled and we'll set another time for once we get some more information. Okay. And once we get that recorded, I think the final bill on our list is LD 1558, an act to require campaign finance reports for state and county candidates other than governor to be filed on the 42nd day before any election. So thank you, Deputy Flynn, for being here, for the help with that. Okay.
So under current law, there are certain campaign finance reform reports that are required during the election year. Most of them are governed by Section 1017 of Title 21A, except this first one. So seed money reports are required only of Clean Election Act candidates by April 1st if you're a gubernatorial candidate, and by April 20th if you're a legislative candidate. And those reports have to include reports of all contributions, expenditures, and obligations made or incurred after becoming a candidate, including any unspent seed money. And then there's a whole other series of reports that are in the regular campaign finance laws, and they apply both to clean election candidates and traditionally financed candidates. If you're a gubernatorial candidate, but no other candidate, if you're a gubernatorial candidate, you have to file a 42-day pre-primary report. And then everyone else, all the other candidates, so these are county and state candidates, and then candidates in municipalities that have more than 15,000 residents, or if they've elected to adopt these rules. So all of those candidates have to file an 11-day pre-primary report, and then a post-primary report, and then before the general election, it's another 42 days before, 11 days before, and 42 days after. And then all of those reports have itemized accounts of the contributions received, and then itemized accounts of the expenditures made, and statements of any loan by a financial institution in connection to the candidacy. And then there are also certain specialized reports, so 24-hour pre-election reports for certain expenditures over $1,000. And then after the campaign season is over, you have to continue filing surplus funds reports until you have exhausted your surplus and there's not more than $100 left. So the bill would amend the provision of the general campaign finance law to require all candidates for state and county office, not just gubernatorial candidates as is currently required, to file the 42-day pre-primary campaign finance reports that are highlighted right here in the table above. So, but it does only require state and county office candidates to file those reports in the bill. It doesn't require that for any candidate for municipal office. So there was an issue raised during the public hearing by the Ethics Commission that legislative candidates who seek certification under the Clean Election Act have to file that seed money report that's in the table above with their certification paperwork by April 20th of the general election year. The bill would require these candidates additionally to file a traditional campaign finance report 42 days prior to the primary election that includes information regarding contributions and expenditures up through the 49th day before the election. The Ethics Commission noted that in most election years, this bill will require legislative candidates that are seeking clean election funding to file 2 campaign finance reports in less than one week apart. In addition, the Ethics Commission noted that its staff is exceedingly busy at this time of the year, making the filing of additional reports administratively burdensome. The Ethics Commission also suggested that it may make sense to exempt candidates for county office who generally have less financial activity than state candidates early in the election year from the bill's 42-day pre-primary reporting requirement. The Ethics Commission recently submitted additional testimony. I can't remember if it was yesterday, but it was recent, where they proposed amending the bill to require that only legislative candidates in contested primary elections be required to file the 42-day pre-primary report. And let me double check. Yeah. I slightly rewrote this wrong. It's only legislative candidates who are not in the clean election program who are in contested primary elections. So it's probably better to just look at that testimony itself so I don't mischaracterize it. So they suggested limiting the report to candidates in a contested primary election for the legislature who have not declared an intention to qualify for the Maine Clean Election Act. In addition, the Maine Citizens for Clean Elections proposed sort of an alternative route of an amendment, and they suggested removing the exception to the 42-day pre-primary and pre-general election reporting requirement for municipal candidates that appears on the bill and that derives from current law. So removing this exception will affect municipal candidates in towns or cities with a population of 15,000 or more, as well as municipal candidates in towns or cities with a smaller population whose municipalities have chosen to be governed by the state campaign finance laws. And then one final note, the Ethics Commission did suggest moving the 42-day pre-election reporting requirement that's amended in the bill. And that appears in paragraph D1 of that subsection of law. They said if you could move it to paragraph A1 of that same section of law, then all of the reports would be listed in statute in chronological order.
Thank you, Janet. Any questions on the analysis for this one? Or any discussion at this point? Chair Michiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the spirit of time, I think I'll just go right straight to a motion of ought not to pass.
No, second.
Okay, motion of ought not to pass by Representative Chiazzo and seconded by Representative Kinney. Any further discussion on this one? I think from my point of view, this does create a lot of logistical hurdles that I'm not sure are necessary, so I'll support the ought not to pass. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought not to pass, and we'll vote by roll, please, Karen.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dawes, yes. 10 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So it's unanimous of those present, and anyone absent will have until noon on the second day. Right, I think that concludes our work for today. Sorry for keeping everybody so late. Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Janet, for the work today. I think we're in on Friday, right? Can't remember. You've got a lot of bills this session, so.
Yes, you have a newly added hearing at 9, so that committee members are aware on one bill, and then work sessions, a lot of liquor related work sessions starting at 10.
Okay, great.
What's the bill number, Janet?
It's 1642. It's also a liquor bill on local option votes.
Thank you.
That's mine. That's right.
Will the good senator be providing samples?
Well, yeah, we'll have to write testimony this time.
I'm not sure on Friday how long I'll be because it's my 39th anniversary.
Whoa.
My husband has a dentist appointment at 9 that he's mad of me for making on our anniversary. But anyway, he comes home and he wants to take off. I'm gonna
Congrats.
I appreciate
awesome.
that.
Have a great
Everybody
weekend.
keep me in line. Keep me in line, guys.
Congratulations.
Enjoy your day. You deserve it.
Congratulations.
39 years with the same man. Ah, that's pretty. I can't believe.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, as Representative Tunnell would say, there's hope for me yet.
All right. Great. Well, thanks, everybody. I guess with that, we'll adjourn for the day and see you all in a couple of days. So see ya.